you very much. University in a Soroti city in eastern Uganda and in Teso sub-region, where we are today for the launch of the compensation payment to claimants, those that lost their livestock, lives, and quite a number of things. But of course, this compensation specifically is for livestock, for the people who lost their things during the wars that started in 1979 all the way through to the recent wars of the Lord's Resistance Army that ravaged these centers. Now, remember that these were epicenters of these insurgencies that left so many lives gone and property. Now, here is why we are today, to see government fulfill its pledge to the people, to give them compensation for their livestock. Now, with me here is Teddy Pili, one of our very own, works with UBC Radio, but she's also from one of the areas and one of the regions here in Lango sub-region. Teddy, let's just hear your thoughts of what is happening here. I am not considering and looking at you as one of the beneficiaries, but as a journalist, of course, and the other thing also, as somebody who comes from the region, you ought or you know what the region has gone through and what it feels like for some people, especially those from your own sub-region of Lango. What do you feel and what are your thoughts?
Thank you so much. Sorry, we are used to holding the mic. Thank you so much, Mr. Jagenda. And personally, I'm so very happy for my people because it's been long overdue. We've had contentious issues coming up here and then when we think it would happen, then you hear of ghosts, you know. But now that it has happened, I just wish my people could embrace it. Yeah, much as there's a lot of criticism still, we can embrace it and use the opportunity that has come. Let's receive what is going to be given. Yes, I know some people are saying it's small money. If you listen to what the Prime Minister of Lango said earlier on, that each cow has been equated at 900,000. Yes, 900,000 can buy you actually 2 cows. Yeah. So let's use the opportunity that has been presented. Let's embrace that because yes, we've gone through a lot. How many years of wars? How many years of foreseen circumstances like the nodding disease. So if this is meant to help us come out of the poverty, yeah, let's use it because agriculture is the way to go. The only thing I'm seeing is how are we going to manage to keep these animals? That's also another challenge that will come in. And also, how are we going to ensure that the people who are benefiting, because this money is going into the account, Jagenda, if money is sent into your account, you don't know, you can't really dictate to me how I use it, but is there a mechanism in place, you know, to follow up to see that, yes, you've gotten the money, at least buy something, buy an animal to show, an animal or 2 to show, because you buy a cow today or 2, in 2 years you have 4. So why not? I'm just so happy. Yeah. Okay. I had an opportunity here to talk to Dr. McMott, Adam McMott, one of the council of the claimants, and he just tried to break through to me what this actually means, what the ruling of the Justice Simon Mujenyi Byabakama really meant. And he says there is an award of $4 million
shillings to all of them, to the claimants in general damages, and 1 million for punitive damages. Now that is the 5 million I think that all of them get for damages. But then for the livestock, it depends on how many cows you lost, and of course the count starts from I think 1 to 200. Now this is very good money, because when you get 4 million plus 1 million, and then maybe let's think you lost 10 cows, and that's another 10 times 9, that's another 9 million shillings. I'm only thinking. Do you think that people now, with the situation that we are in, this money will help them benefit themselves, do anything? Because it's coming in cash, it's not coming in cows or so. And so if you get your 5 million or 15 million or 20 million, it is up to you to actually choose what to do with the money, whether to marry another wife, whether to get married to another man, whether to drink it forever.
I know many are going to start with drinking, but yes, 4 million or 5 million is actually a lot of money, Jagenda, to someone who has never held it. And looking at northern Uganda, someone can start a lot of things. You can buy land. We have plenty of land there. People are selling off land. You can buy land. You can plant trees. You can actually start a farm. You can start a produce business if animal is not the thing for you. You can do a lot of things. That's not small money. How many years does it take for someone to even hold 1 million shillings? That's why I said in the beginning, let's appreciate the little that has come on the table. On the issue of the compensation, yes, they've talked about livestock, properties. My only concern is how about the lives that were lost? When will that come in? Yeah,
actually, according to McMott Steele, he says that is also looked at in the judgment. But what is happening now is they are not talking about the property. They're not talking about the lives that were lost. They are first of all talking about the animals that were stolen, and of course the animals that got lost and those that were killed. So this particular compensation is a compensation for livestock. Presumably, then they will be also now looking into the issues of the lives lost, the properties lost, because the Honourable Member of Parliament, Okotia, was talking to me about the granaries. There were granaries, there were factories, there were lots of these other things, of course, that were also affected during that time. So, but that will be, I think, for another time, because the judgment must have, I think, covered all this. So I think those will come. But considering what is actually going to be launched here today, when I look at you, I just suspect that you could be one of the affected persons. You either lost a parent or your parents had this or that, because it's taken some time. Are you also going to benefit? Should we get ready to receive some money from you? Should we expect some outings from you, or you are not part of this?
I don't think I'm part of it. But when these atrocities, especially when the Karamojongs were doing the cattle rustling in Lango sub-region, I was born in 1984. So I think that time I was a toddler. And yes, my grandfather lost a whole kraal of cattle. And when I asked, they said, because he was a chief, it was more than 80 that time, which is a lot. And yes, we had grandma following up on it, but somehow grandma passed away before all of this. I'm yet to find out who is the next person to start chasing up.
That's already 72 million shillings for your 80 pounds. That's 72 million shillings. I've already done the mathematics myself.
Yeah, but you know the challenges come with a lot of procedures when you want to make claims, especially over property of the dead. Most of our people are ignorant about issues of chasing for letters of administration and all that. The requirements is so much, and do we have the money? Do we have the resources? I think that also goes for those the war claimants, the World War II and all, because sometimes you don't have the documents. When our parents died or our grandparents died, issues of national IDs were not there. So where are they or the dependents going to start from? You know, these are the challenges. I give an example like the recent UPDF call out. Everyone was asking, where are we starting from? Yeah, we don't even know the numbers, you know. We don't even know all this. I think that's going to be a big challenge. So I would really love to be a beneficiary, but no. But still, I'm happy that the few who are receiving are really going to receive. And I'll urge them that at least make sure you buy one animal.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let's give it that. Well, Teddy Apili is just one of our own journalists here at UBC, and she is with UBC Radio.
Yeah.
She's here, of course, doing very good work for radio, and of course, this is also live on UBC Radio. Say something about in Lango.
Oluo. Kwenda meti uni yenu eno nya Teddy Apili kong yeya nya moru akate jolu di baradit me Soroti University ametie Eastern Uganda kwenda meti ni niene aduong lobo binu chwalo ho chul ma chelo pijo ameti kere ko hogiadit, and of course tin jo amanu ngobedo ka jo adek ngara chela yai ya choli ngara chela yai lao ngara chela yai teso donc ka joni tinu no chene gi niene jo kene dong alubi kanu eno kana beri yetieni ameacha ko ni miro jo beda yom tieni kwena yamu koki chene ronyu rushu chene ni ayai I bank awona ha direct I account mamegi kwena meti yenu eno me miro yibeda yom anongioni chene ko bina mani jo chakene excitement mun koni excitement yiwa beda yom ate hata hawi wate wilo kwa kere ngwamiro timuno chene ntia binu me chuli pile ya me irwenyo doka ya lao kera choli kere teso ngara chela monu chene ni o wilo dia chela ro at least kero yot atamuni monu bera chakiwa melwenye kopi komchan na metieni yene donc kana meti yenu eno yes tukuru welo ma wora adonglo yuweri kaguta Museveni ena yetina binu chakumeyo yuba mantin chakumeyo chwalo chene oho etu ibedu nankere gume bedu kero meme o parliament amobero lokan hotela popat mekobiu ngo amati me amageno ni ko kuru unu kwena menyiti yenu eno iti kere gumi no abe uti unu kere guma moti unu kere no abe meneno ni okeru no ginoro ping po maruno ka chena mara po baruno ka bala ento da obedu no kere yom chuny ni tin chene ni tia katu ho pien uko unu pira pikara large uko unu pichene ni pikara large eto donkati no bino ni enkono yiwabeda yom pi jo amanu ngotin yina mepebedo kere gume nuongo no enno amenyi pot pe ho no enno kubekera meme wad moko chiki I constituency kwena meti yenu eno mecha kuopo mei nuong chene no eno pien kari hindrenyo ginoro irwenyo jammi nyerwenyo leyi nyongato ni urwenyo kuomere wundushu iti uno entitled meneno ni ino uno kony manene pichawa ni ene we hagika no eno kuno woti kuro welo ma wora ni Teddy Apili iti wi yame UBC Radio apoyo.
have now received a list of all the RDCs present, and I would now want to put names to the faces that we saw. But before I do that, allow me recognize the presence of the Honorable Veronica Isala Bitechero, the former MP, Kabramaido County, who is here with us. May I also recognize the Honorable Achien Roda, the former District Woman MP for Amuria. May I also recognize the presence of Toto Acham, the senior mobilizer of NRM. Ayalamanoi. I have here the list of RDCs, beginning with Mr. Modo Agustin, the Deputy RDC Amuru, Mr. Egole Lawrence, RCC Lira City, Mr. Eseru Paul, Deputy RCC Lira City, Akutu Julian, RDC Oyam, Angolere Caroline, RDC Kole, Acham Proscovia, Deputy RDC Kwania, Ekaju Adiama John Robert, RDC Aleptong, Okware Emmanuel, Deputy RDC Pader, Odong Latek, RDC Gulu District, Komakech William, RDC Kitgum, and Lumumba, RDC Dokolo, Okiswa Joffre, RDC Bukedia, Ichogor Charles, Deputy RDC Bukedia, Ecom John Stephen, RDC Katakwi, Mitala Emi, RDC Kumi, Nakamia Harriet, RDC Serere, Kalikwani Paul Muidu, RDC Kalaki, my RDC, Akot Susan Moro, Deputy RDC Kalaki, my Deputy RDC, Eyal Lilian, RDC Amuria, Chemtai James Small, Deputy RDC Lira District, Haji Sadiq Bategana, RDC Lira, Jacob Jonga, Deputy RDC Kapelebiong, Toko Swaibu, RDC Kapelebiong, Kaizi Asanasio, RDC Mora,
Thank you very much, and of course we continue the coverage of the compensation for livestock here to the claimants of Teso, Choli and Lango sub-regions at Soroti University in Soroti City, just right here in the heart of Soroti in Arapai sub-county. Now joining us here is the Honorable Stella Isodo. Stella Isodo is a woman member of parliament for Ngora district, but also the spokesperson of the Teso Parliamentary Forum or Caucus or Group here with me. Happy to have you, the Honorable Isodo.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy also to be here. The program for the cattle compensation for Teso region for a group that I represent. It's been long awaited. we've been expecting. It comes sometimes when it is our campaign season, and then it disappears. But today we are here to launch, and we expect the President of the Republic of Uganda.
Okay.
And we are actually waiting for the facts about this cattle compensation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, one thing I know that you're coming to Parliament for the first time. Yes. This is your first time in Parliament as woman member of Parliament for Ngora.
Yes.
And how do you feel that the time you come to Parliament, it's hardly a year for you in Parliament, and government is fulfilling a pledge that has been there and tarried for so many years? How do you feel?
I think it's a positive. It's a positive for the people of Teso that we are talking about compensation, and it's going to start, I think, this very year for the first lot of people. But we're asking for facts, by the way. We're asking for real facts, for the verification. Who was verified and who verified. We're asking for this list from the Ministry of Constitutional Affairs and more specifically the Office of the Attorney General. So I think we feel so good if it starts, if it takes off. After today, we will feel so good for our people. But also, the people in different categories, there are those who went to court, there are those who, generally, we just need a compensation for all the regions, the 3 regions of Teso, Lango, and Acholi.
Okay. As spokesperson for the Teso parliamentary group, to start with, how do you feel that first and foremost, the Vice President is from your region, the Speaker of Parliament is also a member of your group? How do you feel, and what does that translate into for the people of this sub-region of Teso?
The people of Teso have had luck. And even just today, I am very sure the Vice President had to say, please, let's go and speak to our people. And yesterday we elected a new speaker for the parliament, for the 11th parliament. She comes from here, and we also expect her here. All these had voices because of their positions. They should have been able to tell the president that, please, it's been long overdue to compensate our people. And it's the reason we are here. We feel so good that for me, who speaks for them, I have people number 2 and number 3 in the country who are more influential. And I'm very sure even this university, before the VP became the Vice President, she was a Minister of Education. And she took the representatives. We have a lot of professors from Teso. She said, please, can we have? And I think this is also to show the President that, you see, we have started the university. That's why the launch of the cattle compensation is also located right here at the Soroti University of Science.
Okay. You talked about facts. Who is supposed to give you the facts? And aren't you part of knowing who exactly these people are supposed to be, the claimants?
We identified eminent elders from Teso sub-region to verify. And so, but normally processes can be flawed. So we want to exactly know whether these elders were utilized. And why we are here, we are as people's representatives to actually find out from the elders, the lists that are going to come out from the Attorney General's office, are they the real ones?
And just because you know that the money is going to move from government to the accounts of the beneficiaries, there will be no intermediaries, there will be no middlemen here and there. How will you go back, apart from receiving the list from the Attorney General for the people that they've paid? Do you have a mechanism of going back to the people to find out that Sodo received the money and maybe she used the money to roof her house or to do this business for herself, to put more money in her agent, or etc.? Do you have a mechanism that will follow that up?
We do. Being a people's representatives, first of all, I know the people. The list was submitted and we identified the eminent elders from that area. We have a mechanism of going back to know, yes, this is Akelo who has received her money. And now that it goes going to directly to their accounts, it actually makes our work very easy. Not that the leader was the one who went and identified so and so. We will go back and verify.
Okay. Finally, before I let you go, we lost the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, Jacob Bolanya. You came to Parliament when Jacob Bolanya was Speaker. You didn't have a lot of time with him as Speaker. You knew the man Jacob Bolanya, but you only had a few months with him as your Speaker. What do you remember and what will you forever remember about now, the late Speaker, and formerly your boss at Parliament, the Honourable Lokoli Olanya?
And I skip a bit when you talk about Right Honourable Olanya. I am new in the House. For about 5 to 6 times that I have risen up on the floor of Parliament, He calls you by name and constituency, and he wanted facts. I remember I was rising on a point of having drugs delivered for the people with high blood pressure, people with diabetes, and I said we should have these drugs freely distributed at the health center 3. And he said, this is a point. That's what we are looking for. He wanted a quality debate. He wanted evidence-based debate. And he knew members. You can imagine a house of 529 members of parliament, and he's able to call you. He's so dongora, and you submit on the floor of parliament. Outside parliament was so a man full of life, full of humor, a man who would embrace everyone and interacting with us freely. You go to his office, you can access his office, not with a lot of protocol. And when he's out, he can talk to you. I mean, we have lost someone who was steering the house. Nevertheless, we want to say, may the Almighty God rest his soul in eternal peace. And we pay tribute to the family that they will hold this season. And this is the year, the week of mourning. We will continually mourn, and we'll miss him forever.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Isodo Stella. Well, I thank you so much. I'll now let you go and enjoy your seat, and as we wait for the president. Thank you so much. Isodo Stella is the woman member of parliament for Ngora, but also the spokesperson of the TESO parliamentary group. And of course, she's young. What is happening here is for 3 sub-regions. The sub-region of TESO, Acholi, and Lango. Now, for those of you who have been with us, you've seen that we've had to interact with some of these members of parliament from these different sub-regions. But let me also interest myself with a neighbor now, the Honorable Angura Frederick from Tororo County. Is this Tororo County? Tororo South, I think. Let me have another person. Now, we are talking Teso, Acholi, and Lango. We want to know how now Tororo comes in. Now, Tororo is not Teso, Tororo is not that, Tororo is not... I'm not getting into the dynamics, but how does Tororo now come in? But you're welcome as a leader, and speak to us about what is happening here.
Thank you very much. First of all, for the introduction, once again, my name is Angura Frederick, and you are also asking, how does Tororo come in? Tororo County is TESO. Tororo County is part of the mother TESO here. We may not be within the specific boundaries of what is called TESO region, but we are within TESO, and actually, as I speak to you now, the acting His Highness Emormor comes from Tororo.
Okay, I am an old boy of St. Peter's College, Tororo, in Nyangole. And now Nyangole is Tororo County, and that's the road that takes you to Kwapa, which is old Teso land. So then I am also an interested at that, I could say. And unfortunately, acting Emory was one time my boss when I was still a young man at Tororo College. So welcome again. I am happy about that. And let's talk about this compensation. Do we have people in Tororo who are also going to be beneficiaries of what is happening here?
Thank you very much. First of all, I really want to thank government for this initiative that finally we are seeing the compensation process take root. It has taken long. People have cried for a long time. Many have aged, and we're expecting to benefit from this government agenda. Many times, many years ago, discussions have been going on, but it never came. However, today, we are very grateful. We now have something to talk about and something to take home. I will speak for and on behalf of the people of Tororo. These incursions were both internally here within the country, but also focused externally, since those who were eating our cows, who were causing problems within the country, were also running across the neighboring countries, that is Sudan, Congo, and also Kenya. So for Tororo, we're no exception. We had several groups that passed around that place. Lakwena ran riot in that area. Are you aware of that? Foba, Foso Botebak, was equally operational in Tororo as they kept moving across to Kenya. So my people lost the cows across the corridor of Kwapa, Mela, Osukuru, Kayoro, and as among others. So we equally lost many animals, and people have waited. However, as this takes root, we just want to request the government that our lists have been received by the Attorney General. We've been following closely, and as it takes root here, we want to believe that the next place they will be headed to will be Tororo, where we equally lost almost everything involving our livelihood. The old men have been reminding me time and again. I have knocked at the doors of the Attorney General, and they have told me that immediately they start with the Lango, Acholi, and the Greater Teso, they will be coming to Tororo, which was very, very much affected. History can tell it all. We are affected. Our whole border line was occupied by those who were fighting across, running to Kenya, coming to steal from Uganda, and running to Kenya. So I thank government that it has taken root. We are waiting. Tororo is waiting.
Did you come on invitation? Did you come because you are beneficiaries? Did you come to study, to benchmark? Did you come to be a witness? I'm only seeing, and I just want to know how you came, because it's obvious for MPs from the Greater Teso sub-region, Lango and Acholi, but now specifically, you from Tororo County. You're being here today. What does it qualify?
First of all, we're invited as members of Teso Parliamentary Group, all of us, and of which I am one of them. And in that case, in Teso Parliamentary Group, I am also in charge of culture. So I link the cultural institution with the parliament, which of course, as you're aware, is where many things are discussed. And this very particular matter has been a very, very key issue on our agenda in parliament. Time and again, we have had discussion coming up, and the cultural institution has been also making follow-ups time and again from me through a linkage with our parliamentary group to find out how far, what is going on, and how debate has been generating in the House. So I am here equally as a member of the Teso Parliamentary Group, for which all of us are invited, but I am also here in that aspect of linking the cultural institution with our parliamentary group, but as a beneficiary in waiting.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Honorable Frederick Angura from Tororo County. Thank you very much.
6 years also.
You are a Nyangolian.
Yes. First of all, I want to thank you very much for being a Nyangolian. That is in St. Peter's College. I was also in St. Peter's College for 6 years, and that route you are talking about going to Kwapa goes to Kwapa, where Angura comes from.
Okay, you're from Kwapa. I was a Luangi. What were you?
I was a Luangi for 6 years.
You're supposed to pay me now. Because you're there before me, I'm sure. So you're supposed to pay me before I let you go.
Surely all Nyangolians respect fellow Nyangolians, and that's why we say, Palma sub pondere. May that palm tree grow and grow to see the fruits that we all desire as we serve this nation.
Thank you very much, fellow Nyangolian. Palma sub pondere. That's it. Well, that's it. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Still here at Soroti University, and we're just waiting for His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda. It is a few minutes after 2 o'clock this afternoon, and of course it's still very hot, and this is the typical Teso region that we've all known. Now, when it is hot indeed, and when it gets cold in Teso, still it gets that cold. But here is where we are still trying to engage and to talk to the different leaders and what we envisage and expect from them as we also get to the launch of this today. You're very welcome and very good.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert James Sajal, Prime Minister Lango. I am attending the launch.
I'll hold it for you.
I'm attending the launch for the cattle that was rustled, and the compensation is on now today. The President should be able to arrive here in time and give it to us. From Lango, we have come, the Paramount Chief is here with me. We also have representatives from Lango, the 20-member committee, they're all here. Everybody's excited, everybody's very happy to have received this. We are hoping that after this, we should be able to translate this cash into real animals. And we think it should be feed animals for breeding. And now that the land for feeding, the grazing the animals is not so much, we also recommend that some training be done so that we reflect these animals into either zero grazing or something where you have little space to handle them from.
Okay.
I hope it is going to be a very good idea.
Mr. Prime Minister for Lango Cultural Institution, I just want to know from you about how many animals on average is everybody supposed to get in terms of cash? and you think it should be a wise idea to transform the money into animals. About how many animals are we looking at for a specific individual or families, I could think?
Assuming we are going to compensate about 42,000 people, each family may get in Lango, then each family may get about 5 or so animals, or a little more, because others have lost many more animals. But the thinking now is that the grazing could be an issue. So we should be thinking of zero grazing for these animals as we receive them. Yes, so that is exactly what we are thinking. We need to translate this money into really movable wealth, where these animals will be put into greater use. In other words, we should be able to translate either the zero grazing for freezer, convert them into that, or have bullocks, so that you're able to fatten and increase the money so that the children go more to school and we build houses. Okay. So that is exactly how we want to benefit from this type of thing.
Are you comfortable with the statistics that the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs has about or for your claimants in Lango sub-region, or you contest the statistics that they have?
I may not at the moment know exactly what was there, but I know that 42,000 people may benefit, and each animal is valued at about 900,000. Now, assuming that one comes and be paid, and if there are any other complainants and the team is able to rescue to get it sorted out, it will still be able to handle that. Yes, please.
Okay. Were you part of the processes, or it just got you somewhere and you only told what is happening?
The cultural team definitely was part of the process. They were able to identify people who came from their areas, and of course the identification team. So we were part of the process. Thank you.
This has been long overdue. Just finally from you, what do you think it will translate into when 42,000 people benefit, when 30,000 people benefit? How is that going to transform Lango sub-region?
Yeah, it is definitely going to transform. We'll have more children going to school. We'll have more oxen for plowing. We'll have more translation into cash itself, and even the animals. If we are now training to handle more of the zero grazing aspect, we should be able to benefit a lot more from it. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prime Minister. And just as you get back to seat, send my greetings to my cultural leader, who is just seated right there.
I will. Thank you very much. I will definitely greet the cultural leader, Nyasi, Papio Samodorebe. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, the Prime Minister here, we thank you so much for being with us, and of course for gracing us with this interview, and of course allowing to speak to us from Lango sub-region. And here is where we are. Like we earlier on told you, members of Parliament from the three sub-regions are actually converging and here to be part of what is happening. Now remember, we talked about over 69, about 90,000. The figures go up to about 90,000 beneficiaries. Now all of those could not be here, but we have only been told about 3 who are representing the 3 sub-regions. But it is not our discretion to show you or to even tell you those who are representing all the others until the president comes. And when he launches this compensation payment fund officially, then we'll get to let you know who these 3 are. Let's continue enjoying and being part of what is happening right here.
Thank you. DJ, thank you very much. Allow me recognize the arrival and presence within us of the Honorable Akelo Ross Lily, who is the woman representative for Karenga District and also the Minister of State for Ethics and Integrity. Allow me also to recognize the presence of Honorable Margaret Lamwaka, the Member of Parliament for Chua East. Allow me to recognize the presence of Ambassador Nelson Ocheger, our ambassador resident in Nigeria, but ambassador to all the ECOWAS states. Ambassador Nelson Ocheger, I saw you somewhere. If you could stand up for recognition. We also have with us Museveni Okodi Levy. Museveni Okodi Levy is a senior presidential advisor of Opoyo Matek. We also have Museveni Elasu Charles, who is a senior presidential advisor and also the NRM chairperson for Soroti District. I should also add that the Honorable Olobo Dubai is the chairperson NRM for Amolatar. And we have Willie Bisanga, who is the chairperson NRM for Soroti City. I think Museveni Omaria is an alumni of Teso College. Is that way, but he will also come. Thank you very much. Those are the new arrivals. We will keep introducing them as they arrive. Alamanoi. Allow me to recognize the arrival of the Honorable Emigu Julius Peter, the Member of Parliament for Ochiero County in Kabramaido District, and the Honorable Atuto Jacinta, the District Woman Representative for Kapelebiong District. Thank you.
Information here that as we are here, we could listen to some information about restocking generally. I want to take this opportunity to correct what mistake I did as I recognize the Minister of State for Animal Industry. I said he was retired major, but he is not major. He is retired Lieutenant Colonel Bright Ramirama. I want to apologize for that misrepresentation. But Honorable Bright will talk to us about restocking generally. And as we were looking into these issues of cattle compensation, we went back into history and we noted that Eastern Uganda had the highest number of cattle in Uganda before the civil wars. And so we will benefit from what Honorable Right Ramirama is going to tell us, and we shall use the information. because this compensation is coming at a time when we are fighting poverty, and we know that we look at a home, and that home with animals is a wealthy home. We know what cattle mean to us. Cattle means wealth, means prestige, means you can marry, because if you don't have cows, what will you pay as dowry? Means so many things to us. And so, as soon as Honorable Bright is ready, he will come and give us some information that should help us in our daily lives. I want to thank you. I also want to inform the Widows Association, the Widows Group, to be ready, because when His Excellency the President comes, and before he speaks, if time allows, you have been put on the program, so be ready to present what you have prepared as soon as you will be called upon. The LC1 is ready already, and he will welcome His Excellency the President here. And the program will flow as already mentioned earlier on. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, my brother. Yes. The traditional leaders were here. Honorable colleagues, ministers, and members of parliament, and all of you leaders, distinguished delegates. On behalf of Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, I bring you greetings from the ministry, and also as part of the organizing agencies, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry, we are here also to give some guidance. It is true, we are restocking, and the consideration was people wanted to buy animals of their choice. And to avoid the short landings, the people who have been selected will receive their livestock in form of money. So we would like to advise as follows as Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. One is that you must choose livestock using subject matter specialists and advice from your veterinary officers. In this region, we have established that if you want to go dairy, a Jersey, which is a dairy cow, is most suitable for improved breeds around here. The consideration is that it eats less, it is resilient, and it gives enough milk. Secondly, it also calves very well with the local shorthorn East African zebu, which is an indigenous Teso cow. So if you cross with them, you still get a better product out of it. Now, those of you who want to go for Borans, for beef, it is advisable that we go for Boran. Boran is one of the East African breeds that has been developed, and it gives much meat, it is resilient, and it can also crossbreed very well with the East African short zebu, which is the indigenous Teso cow. Now, for those of you who want to go for Frisians, yes, Frisian gives you a lot, but it feeds a lot, and it is not as hardy as the Jersey. Those of you who want to go for Ashire, and just it is slightly hardy, it gives a bit of weight, but does not it does not feed as much as a Frisian. So we have booklets from our agencies. We have distributed them to districts. Here we have, you can find them from Serere at Naro. You can also find them near our, those in Guru, you can get them from Aswar Ranch, which are avail all the necessary information so that the farmers make choice from an informed position. There have been concern about raids from the neighboring communities. We are working closely with Ministry of Internal Affairs and Ministry of Defense. As you heard, both Ministries of Defense and Internal Affairs are on this committee. We are going to criminalize rustling and to treat rustlers ruthlessly with the force that is deserved. So with these remarks, I want to take this opportunity also to thank His Excellency the President for actually finally availing resources so that this exercise is concluded. It is one thing to be compensated, it is another thing to use this compensation for useful purpose so that it can change the lives of the people. It has come timely when we are going for the parish model. I think those of you who are going to benefit from this compensation, you should take this compensation very seriously. As you are aware, earlier on we had carried out a program to restock this region called NARPIP. We missed an opportunity because we had proposed to give you bigger cows, and you people selected, especially the Teso region, they selected the East African short zebu cow. And I remember I was telling them that this will not be restocking because we will be coming like we are getting from one pocket to another. We are buying short cows from one family to another family. So there was no restocking. Restocking actually needs for you to get outside the region and you bring in more animals. So I want to advise you people who are here. I came with Commissioner Admun. Dr. Admun, if you can come here so that people can see you. She has represented our PS. She's a born of this area, and she's already working with some of you to give you technical advice so that when you get money, you don't squander it, you put it to the purpose for which it has been given. I want to thank the ministers, colleagues who worked on this program, especially the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs and the Attorney General, and my colleagues, the ministers, for having worked until this exercise is concluded. Dr. Admun is here. Can you greet them in your local language?
Ate keri yoga si kere eka kirorerai Dr. Anna Rose Ademun arangi kusiko ku adukwenda yaja kaitile baka okuru tutom arangi kusiko ku enongora ayala mga adumu ne silolo ane
Rama, and of course, here is where we are today. Now, the exercise that we are here for is the launch of the compensation payment that His Excellency, the President, is supposed to do. 150 billion shillings for the claimants of Teso, Lango, and Choli sub-regions, for these three sub-regions. And of course, earlier alone, you had us here talk to the different politicians. But let's also get to administration. Joining me here is Miss Rosemary Chisembo, and she is the Executive Director of the National Identification and Registrations Authority, NIRA. We just want to know how it is. You're very welcome, Ms. Chisembo. Thank you for joining us here. Let's know how much you've done to facilitate the process here where we are, because we are talking about payments, and we must think that the process is flawless, that the beneficiaries will get their monies. How have you been part of the processes here, and how have you facilitated it?
Thank you very much. NIRA was involved in the verification process and was critical to singularly identifying an individual to ensure that there were no duplicate payments or one person being paid more than once, or any fraudulent means of someone taking advantage of their biodata. I will give an example. So what's your name again? Your name?
My name is Jagenda Semakula.
Jagenda Semakula. For example, you can be Mr. Semakula, somebody today, and tomorrow you're Mr. Jagenda, somebody. But what distinguishes you is your biometrics, your face, your fingerprints, and in the near future, your iris. So those are not repeated even if you're a twin. So we may have 100 Jagenda Semakulas, but in uniquely identifying Jagenda Semakula before me with his fingerprint and his face, we are able to say beyond reasonable doubt, Jagenda Semakula of NIN XXX is the one who has been compensated. So the role that we have played is in singularly identifying beneficiaries to be able to know who is being compensated and to ensure that compensation is well spread out to all persons involved rather than fraudulently abused by a few individuals.
Okay. Not so long ago, we had a similar issue when Mama Nabanja, the Prime Minister of Uganda, was supposed to give to some vulnerable persons in Kampala COVID relief funds. And the processes were, let's involve NIRA, let's involve the telecom companies, let's do all the things to see that we have a flawless exercise. At the end of it all, we had to drag people to committees of parliament when actually the money is withdrawn and taken somewhere. How sure are we this time round that when the money goes, whichever amount of millions goes to an individual, they will actually go to the intended destinations without having any issues?
To that, Mr. Jagenda Semakula, as a seasoned journalist, I will put you to strict proof to give me 2 people who had shared NINs in the persons compensated by the COVID. Thank you so much. So some of the things that went behind the COVID-19 funds were beyond the scope of NIRA, and therefore I would not be best placed to respond to them. But I can singularly say that where a person has a singular NIN and is identified by their biometrics, it still doesn't stop a fraudulent person from paying them twice. But at least government is able to say, this singular NIN was paid more than once, and therefore ask under what circumstances. The circumstances that propagated the issue that was before the committees of parliament are beyond my scope,
and therefore I will not answer to them adequately.
So they're not issues related to NIRA. These are different things, because yes, I know that nobody can actually have a double NIN, and nobody can have a NIN that looks like another person's NIN. But with what is actually happening here, have you been part of the processes? Have you facilitated it that we are launching today? And when the president presses the button for the monies to start moving out to the people for remittances, we're sure it's going to be a very good and clean exercise.
Within the confines of a NIN, and I will confine myself to that. Yes. Yeah. So every person who is going to be compensated has been identified. Their ID was fast-tracked. Those who had issues were addressed, and nobody who doesn't have a NIN will be compensated, just to ensure that there is no double compensation with persons presenting in different ways.
Did you help people? Because the people who never thought about that, we get these problems, especially when we talk about telephone numbers, for example. Jagenda has a number that everybody knows it is Jagenda's number, but when you get into maybe sending mobile money to it, then you discover it's Rosemary Chisembo. Chisembo has a number that is in Jagenda Semakola's. Nobody cares at that moment. But when we come to issues that are very critical now, Jagenda Semakola has to be Jagenda Semakola all through and through. Haven't you had these issues, and have you helped the people, the beneficiaries? Because we don't want them to expect money and again come quarreling that NIRA has not helped them facilitate the process.
NIRA's scope is limited to the NIN. When it gets to a telephone number, an individual in their personal capacity steps forward and registers a number using their NIN. The UCC and the telecoms also have additional measures to cater to ensure that process is smooth and all. I don't want to hazard and talk about those processes, but to the extent that we are responsible of singularly identifying a Ugandan, we have done so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chisembo Rosemary, the Executive Director of the National Identifications and Registrations Authority, NIRA. We thank you so much for gracing us this interview just right here at Soroti University. Well, we're waiting for His Excellency, the President of Uganda, to come and launch this exercise here for us. We'll come back with members of the region to also speak to us and what they think about this whole exercise today.
We've been talking about mindset change, and now the mindset change has to begin from the information that Bright has given us as far as restocking is concerned. I think it's going to take an effort. We should not take it for granted that we are going to receive compensation and we are going to buy any animal, or maybe not at all, because some people may be thinking that I'm just getting this money and going to do something else. Please, we lost animals, we lost cattle. Can we restock? Increasingly, we are discovering that we need a diversified economy in order to be wealthy. We engage in agriculture, we engage in animal husbandry, we engage in fisheries, we engage in a lot of activities, but of economic value. And so this is an opportunity for us to transform our region. I had said that we took note of the data which was there as we're discussing restocking or cattle compensation in northern Uganda, in eastern Uganda. And the confirmation is true. And I want to highlight this, that between 1965 to 2008, this was the data according to the census we had in the country. In eastern Uganda, there were 1,911,000 cattle by 1965. And 40 decades later, in 2008, there were 2,488,000.
At Soroti University here, and we are waiting for His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. He's coming to launch the compensation payment for claimants of livestock, and of course those who suffered the insurgencies since 1979, and quite a number of those in these areas of Teso sub-region, Lango and Acholi sub-regions. Now, just joining me here are 3 members of parliament, and each one of them is representing a constituency in one of the 3 beneficiary sub-counties. I will start with my sister here, the Honorable Christine Apolot, woman member of parliament for Kumi, and also formerly the chairperson for Kumi district. I am happy to have you. Thank you so much, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Yes, I'm Christine Apolot from Kumi, the woman representative of Kumi.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much. Together with Christine here is Ndugu Lagen David, member of parliament representing Agago County from Agago district in Acholi sub-region. Hold that microphone and also say hello to your viewers.
Good afternoon. My name is Lagen David, a member of parliament representing Agago County in Agago district in Acholi sub-region.
Okay.
I am right at Soroti University on a historic program. Today, actually, the whole entire country watching what is taking place here. We are waiting for His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, to come for a very special launch of the livestock compensation that has taken a very long time. And so many people from northern Uganda have been waiting for such occasion to come. And I believe that people are very happy, though the fact that we may not be very happy because we are still mourning. We are mourning the death of our beloved one, the Right Honorable former Speaker of Parliament. As the people of northern Uganda, we have come to represent our people because the late, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament was a champion of this cause. And that is the reason why we have come to be a part of the witness of what is happening right in Soroti University.
Thank you. Together with Honorable again is Honorable Samuel Opio Akuti, and Member of Parliament for Kole North, and also the General Secretary of the Lango Parliamentary Caucus. You're welcome, Honorable Sam.
Thank you so much, viewers. My name is Honorable Samuel Opio Churi, Member of Parliament Kole North, but also the General Secretary of the Lango Parliamentary Group. Today is a historical day. It's not just a day for the launch of compensation. It's also a day for the launch of restoration of the livelihoods that were destroyed over a period of more than 20 years of insurgency that rocked Lango, Acholi, and Teso sub-region itself. Thank you.
How do you feel being part of this day here today, and what do you think this translates into for the lives of the people in your sub-region of Lango?
Yeah, thank you so much. As I said, this is a historical day. When you look at the culture of the Langi people over the years, we were cattle keepers. And cattle was not just for prestige, but it was more or less a method of saving money. You can recall 20, 30 years, banking services were hardly accessible. So people used to save their money in the form of cattle. And this cattle will then be used in case there was any health emergency. We'll sell 1 or 2 cows, use that money to pay for the health emergency. When you had the children to send to school, you'll sell 2 or 3 of those cows and then send the children to school. Now, what happened when the insurgency came in? Actually, when you look at Lango in 1986, the census showed there were 600,000 heads of cattle. But statistics shows 5 years later, more than 90% were lost or stolen as a result of that insurgency itself. And therefore, this is very significant because previously, as I said, because in form of the savings, they were all wiped out as a result of that insurgency. The impact came in on livelihoods and education. As we speak right now, in Lango sub-region, if you look at secondary school education, only 22.5% of children who are supposed to be in secondary school are in secondary school. When you compare these statistics with other parts of the country, The other parts are almost twice or 3 times. Why? Because that saving that was in the form of cattle that will be used to pay school fees has not been there before. So that's why he said it's not just launch of compensation, it's restoration of their livelihood that was destroyed, that was lost over a period of 20 years. So it gives us hope that now the opportunity for the sub-regions to be able to access education, certain social services that had become unreachable over a period of time.
Okay. Let me come to the Honorable here from Kumi, woman member of parliament representing the people of Kumi. I want to hear your thoughts of this thing, especially for the people that you represent and the greater region of Teso sub-region. What do they make of this day? What is it to you? And what do you think will happen to the lives of the people hereafter?
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank government for this day, because it has been the long-awaited program. In Teso, people had actually started talking that compensation is a song, because it's long when the government started talking about compensating families that were robbed off during the time of insurgency. So today is a historic day, but also in memory of the late Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, because he truly pushed on this. However, even as we are talking about improving livelihoods, the people of Teso have a great fear that even as we are launching the compensation exercise today, we are not sure of the safety of the animals. Because as I speak now, the Karamojong have again started on the issue of cattle rustling. And it's very unfortunate that our uncles are even killing people from Teso and neighboring areas. That is why the people were complaining. They were like, why is it that the security meeting was postponed? They needed the security meeting first and then the launch. Because now, even if the people got the animals today and tomorrow, and the following 2-3 days, the Karamojong come for these animals, then it will not create an impact. Otherwise, we are aware that people have opened accounts, and the compensation is going to be in the form of money. I implore the beneficiaries of this money to actually use this money wisely, because what I foresee, some people may end up using this money in other ways, not necessarily in the restocking program. So I call upon the government to really respond to the issue of security first, especially at the bordering areas. That is between Karamoja and Acholi, Karamoja and Lango, Karamoja and Teso, Karamoja and Sebei.
So all of you have your neighbors as Karamoja, all the region.
Neighbors of the Karamojong. But also, the leaders of Karamoja need to do something. These people need to be talked to, because we should not go back to the past history of Uganda. What we are supposed to do now is to work with our communities to actually realize the economic transformation that we are talking about during this regime.
She makes a very important point, gentlemen, about Karamoja. Now, in the house where you are, we also have members of parliament representing the region of Karamoja. Do you talk to your comrades from Karamoja about these things? Because we may talk about the people in Karamoja and we talk about the people in Amdat, in wherever they are, but how about the members of parliament that you sit with? Do you share with them these thoughts? Do they know what is happening and you talk to them? I want to know from you, what do you talk to with your fellow members of parliament from Karamoja about the issues of insecurity, comrade?
Well, we have had several meetings, especially with the members of parliament from Karamoja, on the issue of security, on the issue of reconciliation, on the issue of peace building, because as you are aware, the reason why northern Uganda has been suffering because of the cattle rustlers. The majority of our cattle has been taken away by Karamojong cattle rustler, and that has brought a very big gaps with Karamoja region. That has brought a total destruction in our community because our livelihood has been taken away. What we normally depend on has been taken away by the cattle rustlers. We have seen a situation where parents cannot afford to take their children to school because they don't have any support. They don't have money. The cattle that they should have used for farming has been taken away. So today, our people are going to be very happy because they will be able to receive the money that they will use to buy more cattle to do the restocking. The members of parliament from Karamoja, they are willing and they are free to talk and communicate to their people to change their mindsets toward what is happening throughout Acholi, Techo, and Lango. On several engagements that we have had a meeting with them, they are condemning their fellow community. They don't accept their fellow community to come and invade Lango, Techo, and Acholi sub-region to take their cattle.
Okay.
So they are very positive for a change. They are part and parcel of the people that are fighting for a change in their sub-region. They want to see a coexistence. They want to see a peaceful coexistence between Karamoja, Lango, Acholi, and Teso.
Very good.
So they are very active toward that.
Let me hear your thoughts, Honorable Pio, about the relationship. Speak to your comrades in Karamoja. What should they do?
Yeah, it's very, very important to understand that whenever there are any insecurities in Karamoja, there's always a spillover effect within the Teso, the Acholi, and also the Lango sub-region. We've seen even very recently the cattle rustling has spilled over in parts of Otuhe and Alepton, which covers the areas of Lango sub-region. So it is very, very important that we get a solution towards this insecurity issue. Otherwise, we will be trying to compensate the cattle that has been lost, but will not be preventing further loss and theft of cattle itself. So it needs coming together to identify the root causes. Some of them are multi-pronged from what we've observed, because when you look at the previous insecurity, it was because of the LRA war. That's what caused a lot of that insurgency and loss of cattle. But now we are seeing that this is now more of a cattle rustling, cattle theft, banditry, a new form that is emerging itself. And it is really important that as government, as members of parliament from the different sub-regions, we need to come together and identify and come up with much more stronger solutions that can prevent. But I think it's also important that because there's always a big question that this cattle that is stolen in Karamoja, where do they pass through to go to the different markets? They are passing through all these different sub-regions itself. Okay. You know, so it really needs a joint force to address those issues itself.
Before I come to Christina Polotia, this is coming at a time when we are also getting to the parish development model. How do you think this is going to translate into the livelihoods of the people in Lango, in Acholi, and in Teso? Complementing this with the parish development model, because those who are benefiting now are not exempted from again benefiting from the parish development model. Where do you think this pitches your people?
Yeah, the biggest issue that we need to emphasize now in the parish development model is the mindset change. Because you're going to give people 2 million, 5 million. Somebody has not handled 100,000 for the last 2-3 years. And suddenly the account just pours into them. They will definitely end up wasting. So there is need for mindset change, because the parish development model is looking at the transformation. So I think it's very important that the mindset change element needs to be strongly inculcated as the compensation process goes along. Otherwise, as I said, we're looking at two things: compensation and livelihood restoration. If we compensate without the mindset change, we will not have the livelihood restoration. We are going to have people getting back their cattle, getting back their money, but they might even be worse off than they were before.
Thank you very much. Just as you're still there, let me talk to Christine here. Talk to me about what you think this will mean as we also get to the parish development model. Now, I am looking at beneficiaries, the claimants, getting some money, but also the parish development model coming in. Where do you think this leaves the people of Teso sub-region in as far as household incomes are concerned?
Thank you very much. We appreciate government for the parish development model approach that is going on in the country. And I want to say that people are very expectant. But what I've discovered is that the people are not yet sensitized on how this money is supposed to contribute to their transformation and eventually end up fighting poverty. People think that is free money. Just like my colleagues have said, even with this money of compensation, if there is no program to do sensitization on how this money can benefit the families, we may not be able to realize the results that we expect. Like now, the Paris Development Model has another component of the Paris Revolving Fund, which is supposed to move from household to household or group to group under a circle. But now what people are saying is, there are some people who took a Miogo money and never paid back. Why should we pay back even when this revolving fund is given? In this context, I can't blame the people, because normally we're hurry to give people money before preparing them to actually receive the money and create an impact out of the money. So the Paris Development Model is coming. It's not going to be selective. It is very fortunate that the LOC2 is there with the leaders of all groups of people. The interest groups are there. But then, I know there is a category of the people who will not reach where they are called for meetings. And that will be a gap, because others will continue benefiting while the rest are never getting an opportunity to benefit. Okay. So therefore, I call upon the top leadership of government, the members of parliament, the local government leaders, and the committees at parish level to do wider sensitization on how the revolving fund can benefit people in households. And also, when the other 100 million comes, it should come when people have been sensitized, because my colleague has already talked about the minds change issue. Okay. Without it, we may not be able to achieve. Otherwise, it is a very, very good program of government that can help us come out of the high poverty levels. So being one of those sub-regions that is highly affected by poverty.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Honorable again, money makes people go mad. Don't you think this is going to cause problems for your people in Acholi? Somebody wakes up and they have 5 million, 10 million in their accounts. Money for parish development model is coming. Don't you think this is also going to cause some problems internally, especially amongst people in your area? How are you prepared to help your people accept, receive money, use money, hold money, and have some money with them?
Well, I think the most important thing is awareness. Our members of the community need to be aware that when they receive the money, they must use the money to support their livelihood. Now, the first thing that the leaders are going to do is to do sensitization and awareness raising to all the community, because I know the impacts of money. When you have money in your pocket, money begin to change your thinking. Money become a driving force. You begin to follow money, but money does not follow your ideas. So, as a leader, one of the things that we are going to do is first to create an awareness to the local people to understand that the money being given to them is to reduce poverty. The money being given to them to support their children at school. The money being given to them to boost agricultural sector. The money being given to them is for sustainable livelihood. So it is a collective responsibility. So we will combine with the local leaders in the community, the religious leaders, the traditional leaders, for us to be able to talk to our community to understand. It's not about just having money and misusing it. We know where we are coming from. Northern Uganda have been going through a lot of series of challenges and difficulty, difficult situation, even after now. And so we must come to a round table to understand that whatever little money that one will receive will be utilized effectively to change the lives of the entire generation in the community. And then two, of course, we are also very sensitive and we are appealing to the government. Now, our challenges now is that we are having the Karamojong cattle rustler coming. Many people are being displaced right now. Yes, the problem is still there. Yes. There are many people in the community being misplaced, displaced. People are running away. Property are being taken. Cattle are being taken. Goats are being taken. People are being killed. And so now we're appealing to the government for the success of the Paris development model, for the success of these compensations, livestock compensation, for us to see the impacts of this, the success of the program. Security must be backed up. Security must be boosted. Security must be at the central point. Security must be deployed at the border for our people to use the money to do their businesses and be safe, be secured, and they're able to invest in the right kind of business to support the local people. And then the government will realize the impact, because at the moment, northern Uganda is still the poorest by statistics. So for us to get out of poverty, we must be able to protect the lives of people.
Okay. Do you think this helps you? Because we are now talking about 50 billion Uganda shillings. 50 billion Uganda shillings being poured into the economy, being poured into households. Do you think this is going to help lift the lives of the people in your sub-region? Do you think this is going to change something? Given mindset, the government has guaranteed security and done all the things. What do you think this will mean to Choli sub-region?
Well, I think the issue is the mindsets. You know, money, whether you've been given only 10,000, 20,000, 5,000, if your mindset is right, you are able to invest that money, and that money can change the course of your life. Okay. So it is about the mindset change, and that is why we are appealing to the government. Let the people mind be changed. We have to engage the people in different programs for their mind to change. People should focus towards using the money in the proper way for them to come out of poverty. Minus that, the impact is going to be little. Okay. Any money counts in life, depending on how you will use it, and depending on the kind of investment you'll focus on.
This is, I should have asked you this, but I think you will all respond to this. This comes at a time that the government has been planning all these things, and there have been litigations, there have been court cases, there have been judgments and rulings. And of course, a government planned that 2021, 2022, there will be this much of money, 150 billion for that. It comes at a time when the country also gets a problem, a tragedy. We lose our own speaker, the late Jacob Lokori Olanya, at a time when this is also happening now. To the people in the region, on one part, we are mourning fallen brother, fallen friend, fallen leader, fallen everything. But on the other part, this is also happening. How should we manage these emotions of one sad moment on one hand and another joyous moment on the other hand?
Yeah, I think as much as we are mourning, we are also honoring the Right Honorable Speaker, because this is something that he championed. Recall that he is also the National Vice Chairperson for the NRM party for the Northern region itself. And these are the areas that have been so much affected by this insurgency, and they lost the cattle itself. So as much as we are mourning him, we are also honoring him. So this is a day of honor to him. I wouldn't call it celebration, honor for championing this process and for bringing it to where it is before. I'm sure wherever he is right now, he's happy that it has finally come to take off. Because this is a process that has gone beyond 10 years. And this is a period of 20 years.
So it's also timely that it's happening now.
Yes, it's an honor to him. It's a timely itself, you know. So we are really paying our last respects to him, but honoring him for this great work.
Okay, how would you advise the people to use their monies? Because they're going to get their monies onto their accounts, and this is livestock compensation. And it would be a good thing that somebody buys a cow or buy cows for themselves, but when somebody gets the money, it's their discretion to know how to use the money. But how would you advise these people to use these money?
Yeah, there are different pillars that we look at. One is that, as I said, in terms of livelihood, there's been a big issue of access to education. This is providing an avenue through which they can be able to access education, especially higher education, and be able to pay fees out of this money. Two, access to healthcare. There's a very, very big challenge. People have been selling their land in order to access healthcare. And because of that, they're going into a cycle of poverty itself. Now they have some resources that can be able to help them achieve that. But then thirdly, this is also access to capital. That capital has come into their hands. Majority of them are farmers. Majority of them, during the dry season also, they undertake certain small business itself. So we want to encourage them that let them plan this money and let them ensure that it goes. I always say that look at this money as a seed. You do not take your seed to the kitchen. You take it to the garden, plant it there, and when the harvest comes out, that is the one that you will be able to take to the table. So for now, let them plant it on the ground, let them identify areas of investments. The good thing is that the parish development model has come in to provide the financial literacy. So I will encourage them strongly, get that literacy training before you touch that money.
Okay.
The money can still remain in the account, it is safe, but get the literacy training. Once you've got all that, then you can decide on where you can put that money accordingly.
Thank you very much. Finally to you, Honorable Christine, government has given you money as women under the UWEP. Parish development model is coming, and of course now the compensation fund is also on its way, being launched just right here today. What message do you have to the women out there, and what do you think can be done for the women to have their lives change and change forever?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I want to appreciate the women of this country and the mothers of today. I know that the fathers are the heads of households, but in our localities today, most women are performing like the men, and a number of men are abandoning their responsibilities. And it's also on record that women are not so wasteful when they are given resources. The WEP program has been there for women. We thank government and especially Minister of Gender for this initiative. But when you look at the repayment details, this WEP program is not as troublesome as the YLP of the youth. The women have been paying. Actually, women's complaint has been that now that the parish development model is coming and the government is planning to erase some of the programs related to parish development model, they had a fear that maybe WEP is likely going to disappear. And our plea as women is that the WEP program remains, because a number of women have been able to do small-scale businesses to help their families. Remember today, women are very key in contributing to the school fees of their children. So I call upon the women who are actually the beneficiaries of this compensation program, beneficiaries of the parish development model, and beneficiaries of WEP to wisely use this money to benefit their families.
Okay.
Because this money can even support education. My plea to government is that even as we are taking off with the 50 billion to start the compensation program for Acholi, Lango, and Teso sub-region, our plea is that these people who were not in the original lists of the compensation program should be catered for, should be accepted, should be validated, because the program is for the entire Acholi, Lango, and Teso sub-region, so that those who did not fill forms during that time can have the opportunity. I am very confident that the women, once they get this money, will use this money in the right way.
Okay.
But like I said in the beginning, since the money is going to enter into people's individual accounts, many of them are going to use this money for school fees. Remember, families are poverty-stricken. Many of them are going, some of them are going to use this money for luxury. Of course, those who don't understand the purpose for compensation, the purpose for the parish development model, some of them are going to use this money to recover back the sold land or rented out land. Some of them are going to take advantage and say, now that I have been able to get the 5 million, let me give away the 3 million in order to recover my land. So that's why I hinted earlier on that there is need for us leaders to be on media, on radio, on television. Every opportunity that we get, let us tell our people the purpose of this money under the compensation program being launched today by His Excellency the President, but also under the parish revolving fund, and then that other money, the 100 million that will come later. Otherwise, we may not see the true impact of this money. Yet, the money is coming at the right time. I also know that some people are going to use this money to buy seeds. Since we are in the first rain, some people will use part of this money for granules, for maize seeds and the rest. We appreciate the government. We are normally given maize seeds. But like for now, the women MPs have been given 2 tons of maize. Now a member of parliament like me, who has 18 small administrative units, how do you distribute the 2 tons to benefit every household? Likewise for the male members of parliament, meaning that the seeds that we are given are never enough to cater for every household. So some of them will use this compensation money for that purpose. But I want to say that let us avoid, especially the beneficiaries. People should avoid the traditional ways of keeping money. I am also aware that there are people who don't want to make use of the banks. They think that banks cheat their money. Banks take their money. So somebody can easily get annoyed and pick all the 5 million, all the 7 million, and then keep it at home. That is more dangerous because anything can happen. The house can get burnt. The robbers, when they get to know that you have the money, they can come and actually steal the money. So people should be very, very careful. And it's very good that the money is going to enter into people's accounts. So nobody, no robber will know that your money is there. I encourage people to plan first. How many animals do you want to buy? Do you have space for keeping those animals? Are you going to do the traditional animal keeping, or you are going to do zero grazing? What type of animal rearing are you going to do, basing on the available land? Because you cannot bring 100 animals when you don't own even an acre of land. Because these days in Iteso, grazing is becoming a challenge. There is no communal land again like we used to have. So if you bring your 10 animals, where are they going to graze? A reason why it is very, very important to protect wetlands. Very important to protect wetlands because they have been communal grazing areas. I know it is also going to cause a problem in the communities. However, I want to thank government and plead with the government that the security between Iteso and other areas and Karamoja should be tightened. Let the force, the soldiers, be increased so that the Karamojongs cannot overpower the soldiers. As I speak now, we have some pain as people of Kumi because there are some young people who were killed by the Karamojong. One was that was brought by the aeroplane. But others have not been brought for burial up to date. The dead bodies are still lying in the Karamoja. People of fear. Even one of the Pokots who was trying to lead our people to pick the dead bodies, that one was also killed, meaning that the situation is very terrible. That's why we call upon the government to prioritize security for the safety of the animals so that in the end we realize the value for money as being launched today during this compensation program. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member of Parliament. Christine, representing the people of Kumi. Honorable again from Agagos County. Yes, your final message. I will ask government, or we will ask government, all of us, let government do what they're supposed to do, provide security, build the roads, build hospitals, build schools, do all the things. What should be your message as members of parliament and your involvement in ensuring that your people live better, get better, and improve their lives at a personal level as a political leader?
Thank you. As a leader, it is my responsibility, first of all, to talk to my people. So what I'm going to do is I will go on radio. I will have meeting with the local leaders in the community at different levels of leadership. Every leader within the community must pass the information to the local people about the use of this money. Because if we don't talk to the local people, they will misuse the money. So I will be part and parcel of other leadership to communicate to my people about the mindset change and about the proper way of using the money for investment and to support their rightful priority that will change the lives of their family members. And that is what I'm going to do. Whether the government is not going to hold any training to build the capacity of the local people,
you will do it as a leader.
Personally, I will be able to get some of the expertise on financial parts, go on radio, hold meeting with the local people, and these expertise are able to disseminate information which can be very healthy and very useful, that can allow the local people use the right information that will change the course of their life.
Okay.
So that is what I'm going to do as a leader.
Okay.
To change the lives of our people.
Finally, what do you remember about the late Jacob Lokoli Olanya? As your leader, as your friend, as a fellow member of parliament, your final thoughts about Jacob Lokoli Olanya?
The late Jacob Olanya, the former Speaker of the 11th Parliament, was a man of the people, was a dedicated man, was a man of integrity, was a man who is compassionate for development. Jacob Olanya sacrificed his entire life within this shorted period of time to unite the people of Acholi, Lango, and West Nile. Many people are fully aware that the relationship between the people of Lango, West Nile, and Acholi were not very well. But when Jacob Olanya came in place, he used his capability to bring the three sub-regions together. And right now, as I talk to you, we are at par. Our relationship with one another is very good. And that is one of the things I serious him for.
Okay.
He's a man of the people.
Okay.
He loves peace. He loves unity. He's a hardworking man. And he's a mentor. As well as he's a father.
In 1 minute, speak to people in your language. Speak to people in your language as we end.
Lotua matie kumalo me Uganda. Omera chwal poj madit to twal botu. Ne nino matine nino madong pira tek loyo. One watie Sorote University. Watie maladit lobo nino matino betuja tie. Kit mamire di pa chuli. Di mai langi. Di makikwanyo ki teshu. Ki bidwaro kede bodano. Nino matinda ye ketiga kwero nino eno ne me poko chente bot dano ma pat duit ma nyingi dong ke choyo gamente do ye ne jo eno ne miere ki megi di kere bet wan wati pero pien la dit ma mewa ma kuono rwenyo ma beru la lok pe wane parliament ma doro wi wai parliament ma kuono rwenyo ma peya ke kano kom en wan watiga kumu ka chiel ke luak me Uganda duch ma pat petit ma eno tiyu ma tek chu erotin gamento katu kamaleng meneno ni di pa chuli pa langi pa tejo mier ke duok chen o wero wan machal lo mema me parliament ma wa ka chuli mu a ke lao ki tejo wa binu ka chung pe luak ma mewa bene e neno matini mala dit lobo binu ka tiero kamaleng kin macholo bi beru kwere ti wa lego bene ni un luak moti kin pachi ka diri maja chenda bidonye ya kaun ma mewu pe ya o chak tik ki chente o bet peng e pachi ma mewa chila chin o go plan mati ki mamira wunu ti ki chene kwere we chene eno kela dugi e pachi wu kela loga ko wu kela loga ko paletino kela loga pachi ma mewu we wan wariem chan chan kriemo pe ki kuya peng chan kriemo ki ngech mane lokka matiga wayane botu ne chene popoku chene pokel to chene pokel lwen chene pege ti kwere yo marach waribu chigwa ka achiel machalo pacho wek wanen yo mabe ma waromo tich kwere mikela loga pacho pe chene ma wachira ka nongo nene man kwena ma mero weko ne botu wan wapoyo gamente matek wapoyo la dichi were Museveni pe tich madit mo tiyu pian wan wabero korone pe kare malach na wene mono lo diru mo ti mo kena no gengu ruenyo mogo bene do taho megi wadeno chan matek kare mi chone lo diru deno chan kare mi chone endo nino matina mera waj botuni do tunu endo wati kwere ki ma ki ribe ki yom chwin cha logo be bero pajo waremo chan ka chil poyo matek twal wa legla chujo gwoku waribe ka chil e kumu madit mo por pajo botwa wa bedo ka chil machalo pajo chinwa chung matek yella chwechi kwedwa wa medek lega wa medek ribe Rubao medu gum, rubao chung kwedu.
Apoyo matek, apoyo ladit. Finally, Comrade Opio from Lango. Finally, also in 1 minute, in our local language to the people out there.
Yeah, luak dushu amete ilang ikarani tinini obedo nino mekwera, mechul, medoka langi, mano beda chaki mere, po beda giki mere. Dongami to kwayo ni, unjo ameacha honuo chul. Nenunu chul ni kede chente ni achalo kori. Kori kai nuo, pe itero I jokon, pe iketo I dogi, itero ite pito I poro. Kai pito I poro ite doyo. Kai doyo ando ite kwanyo. Gina me kwanyo enado itere jokon a ite chamo. Doa kwayo ni luak dushu amedong te ilao. Kai nuo unu chenenu, ti unu kede yora ber. Angeo ni teja ma pol kede peki ya pol ameotie wani kede. Eto mito ni chene ni oti wani kede merie mo chan. Mekelo doan lobo, mekelo doan pashu, ikabeda papata motie wani yere. Wano dong wani chen ikop mekwan. Ti udu kede chene ni metero teno I chukulu. Oteke de peki me lobo amepetia romowa. Ti udu kede chene ni me wilo lobo amedong dihi masha iromo tiu kede me pito jamo kena papata. Oteke de kop me yot koma metia yelo wateha teha. Ti unu kede chene ni me neno kite romo dong tiu kede me mio wa yot kom ya duolwa. Amito poyo wundushu atek jo ame puruno unu chul berunu kede gen kede tek chwin ni chul atunu. Mano bedo ka chaki mere angeu ni atuma ber abeda ber. Daomi to dogo poch bot right honorable speaker Jacob Olanya. Mano bedo tute mere. Enomio ni na tinini wano chohere kan me chahu kop me chul medo kalangi. Apoyo undutwal oba me polo medi ugum. Amen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Samuel Opio Achuri. Well, thank you so much, Member of Parliament from Lango Sub-Region, Kole. From Kole. Thank you very much, and thank you so much, Honorable Lagen from Agago County. Finally, in 1 minute, I also want you to speak some artists, so in just 1 minute to the people watching you before we go.
Okay, alamado, sialan tapugani, ano program lo laite gyare, akiron wa ijaga kini tunga aitu ane Soroti University. Ido alame ngare no kokeren we soma atatu no nadol na pakina. Konye akate kere ilepito na pugan. Aina kina itukuno meren we jalu agete college bon. Ibu apita pugana nyune betunga dalu college mame wadika una nwado mana itukuno luopoto kala nyakata. Angari keche kirore ada so tete kesadu mana itu. Konye kidumoni siriginelo ateker etosomata ejoko noi. ITG chane otomokali awo. Konye no epolo kakere ibala pugane be era una nyaka ino naitukano nwe mama ameda ara mama yuaro. Bika kinongi na oboda kidingite so kede karamoja. So apolo kebe polo konwa yuara noi nare tiono moibo bona do mona itu e walari opote bobe karamoja ayangara itu. E tiono moibo bona do moni sirigin e walari akokwari sirigin. So apugani lipitube ojauni bera yuara ojauna uriane to no poni birorai anwa ngara kino ni aito so misirigin lo e jok. E dari atikali awoke jok ido e alamikete aseyo no bo jauni ngina anwa pese oko around na Apollo na Rabat na parliament ido ikota munori lo arai right honorable speaker la parliament ejaka ete Jacob Olanya lokori eroto la jokan ido isiengo la suban emoyoke otomai puchuna mam edauni Alama Noi,
thank you very much. Honorable Apollo Christian woman member of parliament from Kumi. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, my brother Lagen from Agago County. And thank you so much, my comrade Opio Sam from Kole County. Thank you so much. Opio comes from Lango. Lagen is from Acholi. And my sister Apollo is from Teso sub-region. Now, these are 3 sub-regions here that are receiving the compensation for the livestock. And of course, here is where we are. Now the weather has all of a sudden changed. But we thank God for what is happening here. And let's continue being part of what is here at Soroti University. We thank you so much. We'll just give you some bit of entertainment as we wait for His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, to also come and grace this day officially. Thank you so much.
Amina.
very much. The RCC, the resident city commissioner was away also, I think, when we were introducing. Let me take this opportunity to introduce Peter Pex Park, the resident city commissioner of Soroti. Please stand up for recognition where you are. And immediately, let me correct this. The revision of members who will receive His Excellency are the following: the Vice President, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Minister of Teso Affairs, Honorable Mike Mukula, the Chairperson, NRM Eastern Region, and the Attorney General. These are the 6 people who will receive HE the President. So be on standby. And our prisons band, be on standby. 1 stanza national anthem, 1 stanza East African anthem, and my choir, 1 stanza Iteso anthem. RDC Soroti District, Mr. Okumu Patrick, thank you very much for hosting us and for welcoming us. Please stand up for recognition. By all indications, I think our chief guest is around the corner. And like I said, when he arrives, we shall all stand up, receive him, and do the anthems together. And our religious leaders will pray for us. The Bishop of Soroti Catholic Diocese will lead the prayers, but he will be accompanied by the religious leaders whom I have already mentioned. Let's welcome the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, Right Honourable Among Anita Ahmed. Thank you very much. We can have our seats. Warm welcome, Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, Honourable Among Anita Ahmed. Welcome. We can clap better than that, honestly. Thank you. Thank you very much. Soon we shall also receive Her Excellency the Vice President, and I request the same welcome accorded to her when she comes. This is a historic moment, one which we have waited for, and one which is going to usher us into a new chapter of the East and Northern region. I can repeat for emphasis, once His Excellency is here, we are going to receive him, we are going to sing the anthems, and we shall have prayers from our religious leaders, and our LC1 of the university cell is already set. We'll give a welcome remarks, and then we shall continue with the program until the end. It shouldn't take us long, but I want to say the Teso Widows Association, please be standby so that when we call upon you, it's just a minute that you will be there to present to us what you have prepared. The team that is going to receive the dummy checks from His Excellency the President, also be ready. Your presence and your receipt of that is a big milestone, and it is going to make us change the history of Northern and Eastern region. So be standby. Let me also take the opportunity to welcome Honorable Michael Mukula, the Vice Chairperson, NRM Party for Eastern Region. He's already with us here. Uganda Cranes, can you give us some good song as we wait?
Bishop, wow for you, wow for you, hotel dini weng, wow for you, 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 Thank you. Jakayo, musumba jakayo jakayo into pingi jakayo aroro neno jakayo into pingi musumba jakayo jakayo into pingi jakayo jakayo into pingi jakayo 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 into pingi jakayo aroro neno jakayo into pingi jakayo jakayo into pingi jakayo aroro neno jakayo
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, DJ. Thank you very much. Allow me very quickly recognize the presence of very important people in the mighty NRM party, the NRM mobilizers who are here. And I'll run through your names very quickly because of time. Inachu Sarah is here somewhere. Angwaro Helen, Acha Dina Roda, Achipa Dina, Akareut Florence, Agiru Stella, Adeke Anna. You are mobilizers, be more vocal than that. Apeduna Okot, Judith, Opige Paul, Onyamulo David, Kiriama Grace Bashir, Shaban Ali, Okiror Samuel, Muron George, Bogere Ramadan, Okwi John, Lukwago Abraham, Etu Anna, Akol Caroline, Emechu Francis, Ramashaba Patrick, Odongo Felix. We also have the coordinators of the TESO Mobilizers Network, Onyamulo David, Bashir Grace, or Lupot Felix, where are you? Otim Fred, Opige Paul, Onyango Wilfred, Akelo Beatrice, Bisanga Willie, Shaban Ali, Lukwago Akram, Ella Suchals, Abdul Latif. Thank you very much.
ready to welcome Her Excellency the Vice President, Minister of Justice. We are receiving Her Excellency the Vice President. Please let's receive her with joy. And people, please take your seats. There should be no movement now, because any time from now, His Excellency is going to arrive here. Let me also take the opportunity to introduce Honorable Elijah Okupo. I saw you here. Feel at home, feel recognized. Our guests, please, Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Constitutional Affairs, Her Excellency the VP and His Excellency the President is on the way. Please stand up to receive him. Let's go back to line up and receive them. Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Minister of Justice, Constitutional Affairs, Attorney General, Honorable Mike Mukula, Honorable Peter Ongalo, please step out to receive His Excellency the President. And when he comes, the prisons band, get ready for our anthems. And the religious leaders will get ready for the prayers. Our guests are here, please receive them. Her Excellency, the Vice President, is arriving. Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. urgently needed here, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the welcome piece. Her Excellency, the Vice President, is now seated comfortably among us. Let us all welcome her with the love she deserves. Thank you very much. Soon we shall receive our chief guest, who is around the corner, and when he comes, we are also going to give him a warm welcome like we have done for the previous leaders who have come. Earlier on, we introduced ministers, but some ministers were caught up in the occasion which was earlier before this. I would now like to take this opportunity to recognize them as well. I saw Honorable Echweru arrive here, Minister of State for Works. I saw Honorable Dennis Obua arrive, Minister of State for Education. I saw Honorable Peter Ogwang, Minister of State in charge of Economic Affairs. I also saw Honorable Osakai Opolot arrive. Okasai. Opolot, I beg your pardon. He is Minister of State for Energy. He has also arrived. And earlier on, I recognized Honorable Elijah Okupa, MP from Serere. Thank you for coming. Honorable Alobo Joan is also here for Soroti City. Now our chief guest is almost here, and the same people who received Her Excellency the Vice President will receive His Excellency the President. And so I would like to request you to step out so that we can have our guests feel at home because of the warm welcome. Our chief guest will be received by the Vice President, the Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Minister of Justice Affairs, the Attorney General, and Honorable Mike Mukula. Our team is ready, and His Excellency the President is right here. We shall give him a warm welcome. His Excellency the President is here. Let's welcome him. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for coming. We have been waiting for you for this day, and our God has made it so to happen today. And let's prepare to take our anthems. Prison Band, lead us in the national anthem and East African anthem.
kinejiteso. Pate mari mari darake rejiteso. Koina nole jatla esai hatekerwok. Emuria kolya. Kinejiteso. Emuria kolya. Emuria kolya. Kojai puchkai napa kinejiteso.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, this is the day that you have made. We want to rejoice and be glad in it. This is the day that our brothers and sisters from Acholi, Lango, and Teso sub-regions have longed to see, but unfortunately, some of them have not lived to see it. We want, therefore, to count ourselves blessed, witness this historic day today. We thank you for our president who has heard the cry of the people from Acholi, Lango, and Teso sub-regions. We pray for the success of this important program. We pray for integrity, honesty, and transparency throughout the entire process. May this exercise help your people to come out of poverty and so be able to contribute to national development. We ask you, Lord, to bless this day, bless our president, bless us all, and bless our country, Uganda. We ask all this through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Amen. And as we still stand, Your Excellency, you declare a time for mourning, and our flags are half-mast. I request us to stand for a minute of silence in respect and memory of Right Honorable Jacob Olanya. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you. Welcome. Take your seat. Your Excellency, we have been here knowing that this is the day. We thank you for coming to launch the livestock compensation payment for the claimants and beneficiaries in Acholi, Lango, and Teso sub-region. The people gathered here include government officials, ministers, members of parliament, religious and cultural leaders, and claimants and beneficiaries, some of them who are going to receive dummy check from you, leaders, persons of integrity from these sub-regions who have supported the process, RDCs, LC5 chairpersons, cows, town clerks, and many beneficiaries who are here. So without wasting time, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce some dignitaries to you. When we were here waiting for you, we already did a lot of introduction, so we are not going to introduce everybody. Let me take this opportunity to welcome and introduce Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, I also want to take this opportunity to introduce the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, I want to introduce the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Muruli Mukasa. I introduce Lieutenant Colonel Honorable Bright Ramirama. Let me take this opportunity to introduce the Attorney General, Honorable Kiriowa Kiwanuka, and the Deputy Attorney General, Honorable Jackson Kafusi. I would like to request to introduce Honorable Jane Ruth Acheng, Honorable Minister for Health. I introduce Minister of State, Honorable Obua, Minister of State for Sports. Minister of State for Energy, Honorable Okasai. Honorable Rose Lily, Minister of State for Ethics and Integrity. Honorable Peter Ogwang, Minister of State for Economic Monitoring. Honorable Minister of State for TESO Affairs, Honorable Obote Ungaro. Honorable Huda Olero, Minister of State for Veterans Affairs. Minister of State for Gender, in charge persons with disability, Honorable Helen Asamo. I think I've not forgotten any ministers. Let me introduce Honorable Mike Mukula, the Vice Chairperson, NRM Eastern Region. Myself, I'm Kwichwin Grace, Minister of State for Northern Uganda. I just want to introduce the members of Parliament in group. Because we already introduced you, could you stand up for recognition? All members of Parliament from Lango, Acholi, and Teso. In the interest of time, I'll stop there. I'll request the LC1 for University Cell to come and welcome you. The lucky LC1 with the university in his compound. Please, can you come and welcome His Excellency the President.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and all invited guests present, good afternoon. My name is Oluka Charles, the LOC1 chairperson of Sorot University Cell, Aloite Ward, Sorot City East. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to this area. This area is very peaceful and is secure. That's why you see there are a lot of activities taking place at the university. The issue of the university land, it is still in the court, and we are waiting the court to give us the clarification. Allow me to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency, the President of Uganda, for giving us a beautiful university in Uganda. As today, we have about 400 students who are studying science courses. But our dear President, our students are suffering, walking long distances from their hostels to the university due to lack of accommodation at the university. Your Excellency, our students are also lacking a teaching hospital whereby they have to move up to the main hospital for practice. And also we don't have a bus for transporting those students. We have only a coaster. This is therefore to request you, Excellency, to provide for us a teaching hospital, a university bus, and hostels for students. Also want to thank you, Excellency, for giving us LOC's motorcycles, not motorcycle, bicycles. We receive bicycles. We appreciate you so much, Excellency, for that. Today, Your Excellency, on the behalf of the LOCs of TESO and all the people of TESO, we are requesting you to give them, to increase the number of students who are joining Soroti University on government scholarship. Your Excellency also request you at least to provide an LOC1 with a motorcycle for easy movement. As you can see, I am the only LOC with a university in my cell, so I should be very proud also. And I'm also a strong mobilizer of NRM in this area. Your Excellency and our visitors present, please feel at home. Security is guaranteed. I say this for God and my country.
Thank you very much, our chairman, for welcoming us here. Your Excellency, the President, Your Excellency, the Vice President, the Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, the Honorable Ministers here present, religious leaders, the Church, members of Parliament, cultural leaders, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kenneth Ongalo Obote, the Member of Parliament for Kalaki County, and thank you, Your Excellency, in your wisdom, also the Minister of State in charge of TESO affairs. I thank you for appointing me to that great docket, and I promise that I will not let your trust down. My task is a simple one. I am here first to introduce the religious leaders who are here present with us, the Right Reverend Professor Alfred Olwa, Archbishop John Baptist Odama, the Archbishop of Northern Uganda, the Right Reverend Joseph Echiru Oliach, the Bishop of Soroti Catholic Diocese, Sheikh Uthman Mohammad Ochieng, District Qadi, and Sheikh Ramadan Ibwakit. We also have cultural leaders here present, the interim Emorimor, P.S. Emolot, and Wonyachi Yosam Odur. Your Excellency, in spite of the challenges that we have faced, I want to thank the members of Parliament, especially from Gulu, Kitgum, and Northern Uganda, Choli region, for taking the time to be here today. It shows how seriously they take this exercise. I also want to thank the rest of the members of Parliament who braved traveling in the night to ensure that you are here for this wonderful day. Your Excellency, this is a day that is great. This is a day that the Lord has made. We hope that this is the beginning of the end of the issue of cattle compensation in Teso. And we use cattle compensation really for lack of a better word, because we know the people who took our cattle, it was not you. But out of the goodness of your heart, you've said, let us settle this matter. I only wish, Your Excellency, that this circle does not keep repeating itself. We do have challenges again from our uncles. I hope that we don't restock for them to come and take, because we've been having challenges, especially in Katakwi. As I conclude, Your Excellency, on behalf of the people of Teso, I want to thank you for standing with us morally and financially during the time when we lost our Emorimor, Papa Osuban Agustin. Thank you very much for your good heart. May I now take this opportunity to invite the Honorable Deputy Attorney General Jackson Kafuzi. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Vice President, the Right Honorable Speaker, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, I'm delighted to welcome you all to the launch of the livestock compensation payment for war debt claimants and beneficiaries for Acholi, Lango, and Teso sub-regions. I extend my sincere thanks to the President of the Republic of Uganda for the directives he gave between 2009 and 2014 to amicably settle court cases and claims for livestock compensation arising from insurgencies that ravaged Acholi, Lango, and Teso sub-regions at the time. I also wish to extend my appreciation to the MPs, RCCs, RDCs, district chairpersons, chief administrative officers, RISOs, and DISOs who continue to support the verification and validation exercise for genuine claimants in the affected sub-regions. As you may be aware, Acholi, Lango, and Teso sub-regions were most affected by insurgencies that were perpetuated by the LRA and other rebel movements. This had adverse effect on the social and economic development of the regions, which resulted in considerable loss of livestock. In December 2003, some livestock claimants and beneficiaries from the above sub-regions affected by the LRA insurgency instituted multiple suits in the high courts of Gulu, Lira, and Teso in respect of their claims. These high court suits were instituted against the government of Uganda. Subsequently, between 2009 and 2013, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda issued directives to the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to amicably settle these court cases and claims for the war debt claimants. An interministerial verification committee was constituted to verify, evaluate, and confirm claims of genuine livestock claimants and beneficiaries in the affected sub-regions. The Interministerial Committee, in conjunction with the local government authorities, conducted verification exercises in 2016, and a report was submitted to the Office of the President. The report that was submitted had claimants/beneficiaries from the 3 sub-regions as follows: Acholi sub-region, 16,946. Lango sub-region, 42,042. Teso sub-region, 33,664, making a total of 92,652. The validation exercise commenced with the display of lists of claimants/beneficiaries compiled in 2016 at each and every district and sub-county headquarters in the sub-region. We are talking of the 29 districts in the 3 sub-regions. The purpose of the display was to enable the claimants, among others, confirm the details of their claims compiled in 2016, to enable claimants prepare the rightful documents for submission during the exercise, and to identify and expose non-genuine claimants and fraudsters with inflated claims or fictitious ones. A sensitization exercise was also conducted to inform the claimants and beneficiaries of the documents required at the validation stage of the exercise, which included at the time the national identity card, tax identification numbers, veterinary cards, and recommendation letters from district leadership. Pursuant to HE, the President's directive, the requirement for the tax identification number or NIN number was waived. The district structures, right from the LC 5s to sub-counties, were fully integrated in the exercise to confirm the genuine claimants and beneficiaries from the affected sub-regions. Ledger or data cards were issued to capture the biodata of claimants in the 3 sub-regions to each and every district. 3 copies of the data cards were sent from the Ministries of Justice and Constitutional Affairs for each and every claimant in the 3 sub-regions. The data cards were for free, and they are not to be paid for. They are intended to collect biodata of the claimants. A copy would remain with the claimant, a copy remains at the district, while 1 copy is returned to the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Here, I'm made to understand the District of Omoro and the sub-county Angagura and Pader and 1 other sub-counties had issues with their data cards, and we are going to see how to correct that anomaly. Upon completion of the validation exercise by the districts were required to submit these data cards of the genuine claimants back to the ministry to commence the process of payment. In the financial year 2021-2022, the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs budgeted and received 50 billion shillings in respect of compensation for war debt claimants in the 3 sub-regions of Acholi, Lango, and Teso. I'm talking of the 29 districts of Acholi, Lango, and Teso. A total number of submissions so far received from the districts is 25,000 claimants those who have been uploaded onto the IFMS payment system, while we continue to receive other submissions from the districts. The funds available have been prorated per region based on the number of the districts therein in the affected sub-regions. That means each shall have funds available for its beneficiaries. Each district will have funds available for its beneficiaries or claimants. Before I conclude, Your Excellency, permit me to give special thanks to the coordinator of Operation Wealth Creation, who has helped in overseeing this exercise to some extent and galvanized efforts to make sure the registers are cleaned, and we deal so that we deal with the rightful people, the rightful claimants. Allow me to thank Her Excellency, the Vice President, for her efforts in organizing and pushing for this exercise to move positively to up to where it is right now. Allow me to thank the Right Honourable Speaker and congratulate her at the same time. In holding that office, she has held with us multiple engagements, organizations, meetings related to this exercise, and we have come this far partly because of her efforts. I cannot live without thanking our late dear brother, our departed colleague, the Right Honourable Speaker, for his efforts. The number of meetings, mobilizations, and organizations he took part in or instigated on his own to see to it that this exercise moves smoothly. I conclude. Government, under the leadership of His Excellency the President, also initiated the verification of claimants in Karamoja sub-region and is considering other affected sub-regions should do, I beg your pardon. Government, through the leadership of Your Excellency the President, also initiated verification of claimants and beneficiaries in Karamoja sub-region and is considering which other affected sub-regions to include on the list. And as we speak, we are receiving pressure from several other sub-regions which will be taken under consideration. As I conclude, I most sincerely want to thank Your Excellency, our President, the President of the Republic of Uganda, for accepting to launch the livestock compensation payment for war debt claimants and beneficiaries. Thank you, thank you. I say all that for God and my country. In the interest of time, I have been asked to use this opportunity to invite my boss, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Muruli Mukasa. Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, Your Excellency, the Vice President, the Right Honourable Speaker, and the rest of the protocol observed, on behalf of the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, I am indeed very delighted to welcome you to the launch of the livestock compensation payments for war debt claimants and beneficiaries in the 3 sub-regions of Acholi, Lango, and Teso. I also take this opportunity, Your Excellency, to thank you most heartily for appointing me Acting Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Thank you very much. I shall not let you down. I would like to thank all those people who have made this exercise a success. First, Your Excellency the President yourself. Thank you very much. The Interministerial Verification Committee, the members of Parliament from the respective regions and their chairmen, the staff of the Ministry of Justice, led by the Attorney General, the Permanent Secretary, the Ministry Technical Staff, the RCCs, the RDCs, the district chairpersons, the COW, the RISOs and DISOs, and all those verification honest people who have supported the verification exercise to arrive at the true claimants and beneficiaries. Indeed, it is your effort that has brought us here now this far. Let me now take this opportunity to invite Her Excellency the Vice President to give our remarks, and then in return invite Your Excellency to address this gathering. Her Excellency the Vice President.
Your Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Anita Mong, the Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, colleagues, ministers, colleagues, members of Parliament, the religious leaders, led by the Most Reverend Archbishop John Baptist Odama, and your brothers, Bishop Olwa, Bishop Echiru, and Sheikh Ramazan Ochen. Allow me to adopt the protocol as articulated by the Master of Ceremonies. All invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome the people of Acholi sub-region, Apoyo Bino, Apoyo Teach, Apoyo Matek. And let me also welcome the people of Lango sub-region, Apoyo Bino, Apoyo Matek, Apoyo Teach. And let me welcome the people of Teso sub-region, Yoga Bunere, Yalama Bunere Jaune, a president. Your Excellency, my brief remarks about the sub-regions means that Uganda is having people who are interconnected, and therefore we are brothers and sisters in one way or the other. Because when I spoke in Ateso, everybody was understanding. When I spoke in Lango and Acholi, everybody was understanding. So we are the same family. And against that background, I would like to sincerely extend our sincere condolences to the people of Acholi sub-region for the loss of our dear brother, Jacob Olanya, who was our speaker. He was my deputy speaker for 10 years when I was in parliament. And I would like to assure you that he was a national figure, and therefore he was valuable to all of us, and we are all mourning for him as a country. Your Excellency, I know that the issue we are handling here now is not a new issue. We have discussed it in many forums, and the congregation here has been waiting to hear from you since midday, the time we had prescribed to start the ceremony. Allow me to preserve my comments about it when I come back to the region another time, I can speak to people on radio about it. But for now, let me take this singular honor and privilege to invite you to speak to us. The floor is yours, sir.
Her Excellency the Vice President, Jessica Alupo, the Right Honorable Speaker, Anita Mong, the ministers, their highnesses, the cultural leaders, their graces, the Archbishop and the bishops, all the Vice Chairman of NRM, Eastern Region, all invited guests, and those who are listening. The Banyankore say, wasigara mu kirago n'uwakizinga, which means if you are the last in the bed, you are the one to arrange the bed, because you are the one who got out of the bed last. So the NRM has had to arrange all these beds because it is the last, it has been here for, there were others who were in the bed, they went, So, NRM, you are the one whom we have found in the bed. So you must sort out all these issues. The issue of compensation, which is really not strictly compensation, because as Obote was saying, the NRM, in most of the cases, is not the one which took the cows. But the cows were taken when the NRM was in government. So, you NRM, you are the one to bring back these cows because you are the one in charge of the country. And we have no problem with that. For a long time, we accepted the principle. At one time, we wanted to handle it as restocking, but other people said no, let it be compensation. So then the issue was, where is the data? Where are the facts? The people, of course, if people were really Christians, real Christians, not these ones who just shut their eyes and say they are Christians, or Muslims, or even good Bakafiri, traditional Bakafiri, there would be no problem because people would speak the truth. In law, we say Ada, Lok Ada. How do we say it in Ateso? The truth? A what? Abate.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, because even without records, these families are known. So the elders in the village should be able to know that the Kaguta family, before the problems of 1986, had so many cows. The people know, the elders know. They can tell you if they stick to abate. or Ada, the truth. But the complication is brought by dishonest people. But what I told so I'm very happy that General Sade, through Operation Wealth Creation, took this effort, because that was part of the big problem. What do we do? What do we? But now when Sade came in and used, I think, some network to come to the 99,000, he said, okay, let's start with those. Then some people said, but some of them are telling lies. I told them, I said, in Luo, we say Rubanga Tie. If they are telling lies, they are lying to Museveni, but Rubanga Tie. You leave them. You know, I have been here for just since before independence. I was already old and watching. And you could see people getting themselves into trouble by not knowing that Rubanga Tie. They behave as if, oh, okay. So I told these government people, if there are someone who are cheating, leave them. Rubanga Tie. Rubanga will sort them out. And I've seen Rubanga really sorting out people. You know, when we got independence, our leaders were all young people. All. Obote was 35 years old. Mutesa was 39. I think the only people who were above 40 were maybe two. Nadiope or Busoga, maybe 40-something, not also 50. And Barak Chiria. All the others were young people. Adoko Nokion, 28. Gracie Binjira, 28. John Kakonge, 26. You know, Lubanga had given them Uganda free to run it. But tribalism, what? Once you got those things, Lubanga doesn't like those things. Because Jesus said, love your neighbor, love God with all your heart and all your might, and love God as you love yourself. That's what he said. I'm not the one who said it. It is in the Bible. So, at that time of independence, I could see, because by 1962 I was 18. I was participating, but also following everything. And I saw people really throwing away their chance. So I told these people of the government, if there are people who are telling lies, let's move. Lubanga, Tie. So therefore, we have decided to move, and we shall start with those 99,000. But because it's a big job, we may not do it in one financial year, because remember, we have also got to do other things. We are not only dealing with compensation. This is what I was telling the soldiers of pension. Because we had to pay, I told you, the one who is the last in the bed. It's the one to solve all problems. The soldiers of the Europeans who fought in Burma in the Second World War, we are the ones who are paying them now. The ones of just before independence, the UA, they are on us. The ones of UNLA, all those. I think when we started, the figure was 1.5 trillion. 1.5 trillion shillings for the soldiers. What is it now? Oleru, didn't I hear that Oleru was here? Oleru, where are you?
Your Excellency, now we need 550 million Ugandan shilling to...
B or me?
It is me now to pay the remaining when I'm still doing more verification of others that have come on board.
So now you hear how Rubanga is working. It was 1.5 trillion, 1,500 billion. But you hear now, our daughter Oleru Huda, the Minister of Veteran Affairs, is now saying, for the ones who are confirmed, we are remaining only with half a trillion, half a billion, not even a billion. So this is how we are going to handle this issue of cattle compensation. Today is starting. We are going to start, because also we had to. When I would go to West Nile, they would say pay pensions, because there were many soldiers from West Nile, and I think even the father of Huda was one of them. Huda, your father was one of them? Come and tell us.
Yes, Your Excellency.
What rank was he? Or you don't know?
No, he was just a collaborator.
He was a sergeant?
A collaborator. He was a collaborator because he's among the peace dividends, the group of late Bamuze Ali and General Moses Ali.
He was not in the old army?
No, he was not in the old army. The one in the old army was my stepfather, who was killed in Karamoja.
Okay. So that's why I said, Huda, you now become Minister of Veterans. Stop disturbing me now. You handle them yourself, because I know her background. So now you hear the banya. We say banya in Luo and in Ateso. Banya, the same. The banya. Ebanya. Doesn't matter, you know what I'm talking about. The banya of veterans, of pensions, was 1,500 billion. Oleru Huda is now saying we are remaining with only half of 1 billion to pay the ones who are not yet paid, but confirmed. So, but we had to, when I would go to West Nile, they would say, Banya, I would say no, you are going to mislead us. Because we are not dealing with only the issue of Banya, of pension. First of all, we need to pay the soldiers who are guarding you now. Those must be paid. They must be equipped. We can not only concentrate on paying the old ones and not paying the present one, then we shall have no security. How about the roads? How about the schools? How about the electricity? How about this university here? This is all government money. So you need to kugabula in the Bantu dialects. I think somebody told me that in Luo they call it poko when you dish out the food. Is it poko? You see how good I am. Poko marom or poko maraj? Me, I am a poko marom person. I don't kugabura badly. I don't. And in Ateso, when you dish out food, huh?
Your Excellency, for us in Ateso we call akorun.
Huh?
Akorun.
I-Por.
Yes.
So, we are I-Por. We need to give to the children, to give to the adults, to give to the workers. All of them must be handled. You cannot handle only one group. So that's why it takes time. But as long as we agree on the principle and we start, we move. So we have now moved. There were some confusions, like the issue of the TIN number, tax identification number. You go to the place, to Obalanga, and you ask Obalanga, people say, your tax identification number, they will think that you are mad. Those old people, they don't know those things, so I don't even know who put it on the form. There is a place where I slept when I was after Atiriri on Dokoro Road. There is a place there, I slept there when there was no grass one classroom. What is that called? Otuboy? Tubur. Tubur is this side, on Dokoro Road. Otuboy. You don't go to Otuboy and Ochero and those places and you say TIN number. They will bring you to hospital here, they think you are mad. So that one, I told them to stop that. But what is sure is the electronic identity card. Because that one will give everybody. Even the old women put their thumbprint there and their photograph, so that one everybody should have. That should not be a problem. Therefore, we are going to move. We just came here to start. We shall move in stages until we have covered everybody. However, what is most important, once you get this, whatever compensation you get, the more important is to know how to go from traditional way or the colonial way, because here in Teso we had cotton, we had some cows. In the north also there was some cotton and cows, but traditional cows, the zebu. But what you need to do, apart from, for us we are going to implement this, but we may implement it and people don't get out of poverty. They get the cows, they marry women, the cows are finished, and they remain the way they are. That's why you should listen very carefully to the NRM message. Because what NRM is telling you is what we have proved. We have advised you that for the people in the villages, the main way of getting out of poverty is agriculture. But that agriculture must be commercial agriculture, not agriculture for just the stomach. In Luo, we say, teach, me ich, keken, marach. I don't know how they say it in Ateso, working only for the stomach.
Your Excellency, in Ateso we call it aswam anwakoik.
Aswam?
Anwakoik ikon.
Okay. Aswam anakoik bone. Now, that is where the problem is. You must go into agriculture for the stomach, but also for the pocket. But also do so with a chivaro, as we say in the Bantu dialect, with chura in Luo, with Aymar in Ateso. I came here in 1995, I told you all this. This is not a new message. But people don't concentrate on the message. They are busy with other things. What? Politics, what? Please, what I'm telling you is for your own good. I'm not coming to live in your house, sleep there, or what? I am telling you because God gave me this job. If I don't do it, God will blame me. When I go to God and say, did you tell my people what to do? I say, yes, I told them, and I even have it in writing. I will produce it. So, commercial agriculture for the stomach and the pocket with chura, Aymar. This is what we are telling you. So whether you get these cows, if you get them and you don't listen to that message, those cows will just, even the land, like here in Teso, in some of the areas like Ngora and so on, I can see when I fly over, the population is big enough. You can no longer have where to have cows roaming without proper fencing. In the north, Lango still some land, but soon it will also be crowded. So you need to do semi-modern farming. And the NRM has identified, the other time when I toured here, 2018, I gave you that agriculture for the stomach and the pocket with Aymar, with Chura, has two types. One type is intensive agriculture, where you use a small piece of land to get high returns. The other one is extensive agriculture, where you have a big piece of land, even if you get smaller money per acre, but because of the size, you will get good money. And you remember for the NRM people, when I came for the 2018, I told you 7 activities which I had calculated. Number 1, coffee in the areas where they can grow coffee, 1 acre. That's why in the 1996 manifesto, we talked of the 4 acres plan for the small farms. And we recommended that if you can, put coffee in 1 acre. It will give you good money. In Vietnam, they get up to 18 million from 1 acre for coffee. Then the 2nd acre, fruits. And I'm glad the people in Teso here listened to my message and started growing citrus. I see there is some, when I fly over, I can see some clusters of citrus. If you do well, you can get good money. My daughter here, the VP, I started with her many years ago, using her place there as an example. You can tell them how much you get when things are moving well from one acre. You tell them on your microphone there.
Your Excellency, 1 acre of orange trees has 120 orange trees. And in the first to about the 10th year of harvesting, you can get 2.5 bags of oranges from 1 tree. And then the prices of the bags of oranges keep fluctuating. Sometimes 50,000, sometimes 60,000, but the highest I have ever sold was 80,000. So if you calculate 80,000 times 2.5 bags times 120 trees, the Deputy PSST is here. I think he knows the figure.
Is what? How much in terms of money?
The Deputy PSST, Your Excellency, 2.5 bags per tree, and the highest I have ever sold a bag of oranges is 80,000 each.
Oh, okay.
So if it is 80,000 times 2.5 bags a tree times 120 trees
Okay, you
in
calculate.
1 acre.
You do the IMAR.
Your Excellency, it is 24 million.
Now you hear. If you plant the oranges and you look after them well, by the 10th year, you'll be getting 24 million from 1 acre. From 1 acre. So that's why the NRM recommended that now, for the 4 acres model, number 1, coffee, if you are in an area which can grow coffee. Number 2, fruits. And that's what Her Excellency is telling you about the fruits, 24 million or 20 or 18, whatever. It's much more. Then acre number 3, put their pasture and have Frisian cows in the shed, in the house. 1 acre can look after 8 cows, Frisian cows. You cut the grass, you feed them. You cut the grass, 0 grazing. Not this free range cows going in the bush. Now with 8 cows, 3 of them are milking, you'll get about 60 liters a day. You drink 10, you sell 50. That is the third activity we recommended to you. In writing, the fourth one would be food crop, 1 acre for food crop. Cassava or whatever you eat. Then, in the backyard, you have poultry for eggs, the backyard. Doesn't need big space, it needs just you have sheds for poultry for eggs. That's activity number 5. Number 6, if you are not a Muslim like the Sheikh there, or an old Munyankole like myself, who don't eat pigs, you look after pigs. They give good money. And then finally, especially here in Teso and Lango, fish farming. Fish farming can get you a lot of money. I have 4 fish ponds in my experimental farm at Kaumu in Ruero. My people get 68 million shillings in half an acre. And in these swamps here, you don't have to put, instead of putting rice, which spoils the swamp, if we can have a program to have fish ponds at the edge of the swamp, not in the center. You leave the center, the swamp comes back, the grass grows, the water flows, but you have at the edge. You tap water from and you put it in your... These are the 7 activities we recommended for you in intensive farming. There are other things which are coming. I hear of avocado, I hear other things. Those ones we need to analyze each one. I discouraged cotton because when I went to Paris some years ago, I was told that in an acre they were getting 200 kilos of cotton in a year, in one harvest. And each was 200 shillings. So a family was getting 40,000. And in Parisa, the average land holding is 2 acres per family. So if 1 acre is for food, the other acre is for money, you only get 40,000 a year. How would you get out of poverty? What chura are you using? Then there are other other things which we need. We need cotton, yes. We need maize, yes. We need tobacco. We need sugar cane. Those can be done by the people with big pieces of land, the ones of the extensive agriculture. That is our message. By speech, in writing, since 1995. It was in the manifesto of 1996, and we're always repeating it. And those who listen to us, they are fine now. But there are others who don't listen to us. So this compensation, without a new Injiri is originally, I think, Swahili, but in the Bantu dialects, we translated it to mean the gospel, the message of the gospel. I don't know in Luo and Ateso how they translate the message. Is the word Injili there? It is there. How do you say it? Somebody tell me.
Your Excellency, it is Ejiri.
Aha. So, if you get compensation without getting the injury of socio-economic transformation, very soon you will be back to where you started. So compensation, yes, but with the new injury. The injury of what the NRM has told you. Either you go for intensive commercial agriculture with IMAR, with the Chura, or extensive if you have the big land. And then there are the other activities, what we call emyoga. Those ones are also catered for. If you don't want to do agriculture, you want to do carpentry, that one is also provided for. Now, finally, the issue of insecurity in Karamoja. This will be handled. Actually, I was going to go there on Wednesday. I postponed my trip because of the death of Jacob Olanya, but I will go there. Now, I read the vice president here had a meeting here with some people, and they were talking about that situation. And she wrote me a report. And the report was interesting because they were telling her that, you know, the cattle rustling in Karamoja has now changed. Originally, it was traditional cattle rustling to steal cows, to marry women and all that. Now, in that traditional cattle rustling, somebody would steal the cows and put them in his corral, so that if you come looking for them, you can find them there. But these new cattle rustlers are for commercial. They are stealing the cows to put them on the lorries quickly and take them away and sell them. Oh, then I said, but that means they have entered my trap, because lorries don't go through the bush. They go along the roads. And the roads in Karamoja are not very many. So why not have roadblocks and any lorry carrying cows, you find out where it is going and where it is coming from. What is the problem then? Barukudembe, I saw Barukudembe here. The brigadier, the commander. Where's Barukudembe? I saw him somewhere here. Huh? Don't run, brigadiers, don't run. They walk slowly. So, Barukudembe, if what you are telling you, and you are telling me the same when I was in Karamoja.
Yes, Your Excellency.
If what you are telling Vice President and which she put in writing to me is true, then why not? Where do the roads pass? Are they helicopters that they fly in the air? And
Your Excellency, we started, since you left in September, we started cracking down those commercialized raids. And we have a stock safety unit, and day and night we normally stop the lorries and we make sure that there is identification. And the recent one was in Abim, where some people who had lost their cows identified their cows and they are at police.
So, if you have blocked the roads, where are the cows passing?
These days, Your Excellency, the cows don't move at night.
Even if they move during the day, but on lorries. Because you see, you told the Vice President that people who are stealing cows now no longer put them in the corrals. They put them on the lorries for selling. Then you remember when I was there, I said, this is very simple.
Exactly, Your Excellency.
If they are on the lorries, they are easy to track.
Exactly, Your Excellency.
So what is the issue now?
On lorries now, even during the day, we subject them for identification if we are suspicious that these cows don't have proper permits, and
So
we call...
then where are they passing? How do they take the cows? They don't put them in the corrals?
Your Excellency, it was then, but these days there are no those bigger raids that really attract lorries to move at night, even during the day.
Oh, okay, you see, for me, thank you very much for the report, VP. I read it. It is all there, and the questions are clear. Okay, Baruku Dembe, you go and sit. I will come to Karamoja. Somebody wanted to say something. Oh, this is a man called Amos.
Yes, Your Excellency.
The man from Kalongo.
Yes.
That's a clever man. One of the clever people. Yes.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I want to give a testimony. We held a meeting in Kalongo, and Brigadier General Pelokodeme was there. We said we should intensify all the routes regarding those who are traveling with the animals. Immediately
on lorries.
On lorries.
Yes.
Immediately after making that resolution, we arrested a lorry carrying animals in Agago coming from Karamoja sub-region. And we found the animals that was stolen from Agago in the lorry. And the person who was moving with the animals was also detained in Patong police unit. That's the testimony I want to say. If we could only block those routes, then where these people are going to take the animals will not be fine.
Absolutely.
I thank you.
Absolutely, because you see, even in the past, when the Karamojongo were when you walk the cows on foot, cows are big. You cannot fail to see them. If you respond quickly, you will see them. This is a simple matter. We shall solve it. It's not all that. There must be some internal problem among the people who are involved, either laziness or something. Yes, that is Akoka.
Your Excellency, my name is Peter Gwang.
Oh, that's Peter Gwang. I was looking at the other girl.
Your Excellency, it is true. First of all, I would like to thank Her Excellency the Vice President for writing to you that report. Sir, the problem we have along the border, and specifically I want to address myself to the 3 sub-counties I represent. That's Olilim in Palam, Ngariam, Okore. And even when you stretch Magoro in Toroma County, Guyaguya in Usu County, Okulonyo in Usu County, sir, there's a failure which we must speak the truth. While you've identified the problem of cows being transported in trucks, but the fundamental question is, how does a cow leave Ngariam and it finds itself to a truck in Nabilatu? What happens in between Ngariam to Nabilatu?
The walking.
The walking.
When you are.
The cattle rustlers are walking on foot.
Yes.
Our own soldiers are also walking on foot.
No,
sir,
they have other means, but maybe they don't use them.
That is it. There's a problem, sir, and I want to confirm to you, myself and Her Excellency the Vice President, with due respect, sir, the people are not happy that how can government fail to protect the lives and property For the last 10 years, you know, we have never ever had a problem of insecurity or cattle thefts along that area.
No, it will be sorted out.
So as I conclude, sir, what am I trying to say, sir, here? To be sincere, you need to do something, sir, as far as the leadership of the UPDF managing that area is concerned. I want to confirm this to you, sir. I know speaking these words are hard on me, but for the sake of my people who support you and me, sir, it is long overdue. The problem, even as of yesterday, I have lost over 25 cows within Ngariam County. What about the other parts of the district? So I want somebody, sir, to request you. The earlier we address this problem, the better for the compensation why we are here today. Because we are going to give people money, they will buy cows. The same people will come and take away the what? The cows. How long are we going to continue compensating people on the same problem? So I thank you, sir, for the problem.
This will be sorted out. Finally, the lady.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Apollo Christine, the District Woman Representative Kumi. Mr. President, apart from the theft of animals,
my former chairperson,
Kumi. Dear President, apart from the theft of animals, the Karamojong are also killing our people. We thank you, Mr. President, because one day the aeroplane airlifted one of the dead bodies, where some of our people normally go fishing in order to fight poverty. As I speak now, Mr. President, we have families that have lost their dear ones, and the dead bodies have not been recovered up to now. Mr. President, the security force at the border is inadequate. Because when we talk to the boys who went there to help us recover one of the bodies, they said that the soldiers actually gave up and allowed the Karamojong to overtake at the situation at the border. Mr. President, even the families that have lost their dear ones, they asked us, their representatives, to request you to compensate them. Thank you very much.
No. Okay, we are getting late. Let's...
Your Excellency, just to put facts right, it is 3 days ago that we buried the last person that the Karamojong killed the other side. From 14th, then the army helped me to airlift it. So I was only trying to put that fact correct. Otherwise, an intervention. I'm the district chairperson, Your Excellency.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no, the manpower had gone down a bit. That is true. Because the division, which used to be in Pader, the place is called what is that? The barracks there? Achori P. Yes. The division which used to be there was concentrated for training, because you know that's also another problem. When these soldiers stay scattered, 3, 4, 5, 10, they lose professionalism. If you get a big issue, they will not be able to fight. So they were concentrated for training. So only 3rd Division remained there. But they were given equipment, helicopters, other systems, which should compensate for manpower. So but I will come there, and the commanders are also engaged. They told me that they are going to meet on Monday. That's not a big problem. We shall solve it. And I'm very sorry, about the people who have died so far because of this avoidable problem, and also the cows, but it will be finished. It's not such a big problem. And I could see from the report of VP that there's no logic, because you say they are moving by lorry. Oh, if they are moving by lorry, then that's simple. Man the roads. How can that be? How can it be a problem? But there's also the question of walking long. Why don't you respond quickly? We shall sort it out. So with these few words, I end my contribution, and I hope you give the checks and I go.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let's have a good clap for His Excellency, the President. The dummy checks will be received.
Apoyo matek, noi.
Yes, Honorable Huda has a correction to make.
The LC1 should not cause me bad luck. The one who wanted a motorcycle, please come and get your motorcycle. So I don't want the LC1 to cause me bad luck.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, I want to apologize. The figure is not 550 million, but it is 550 billion. It's billion, it's not million, Your Excellency, sir. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. His Excellency is going to launch by handing over a dummy check to the following representatives. The ones from Lango are Julia Sodwe, retired Deputy IGP, and Mr. Angelo Okello. The ones from Acholi sub-regions are retired Justice Galdino Okello and Mr. Norbert Adiera. And the ones from Teso are Washington Ariong and Mr. Moxon Ekurit. May I invite Her Excellency the Vice President, the Minister of Justice, Constitutional Affairs, Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, please, you are in this team, so that we can once and for all launch this and let the work begin. Honestly, this is a historic moment which we shall never forget, and which will make history in Uganda and in the sub-regions where there has been insurgency and loss of cattle. I also want to inform you, Your Excellency, that before you came, Honorable Bright Ramirama spoke your language about commercialization of our agriculture and animal industry. And he gave good advice for us in order to make animal husbandry economic and more wealth-oriented. I think we shall learn from that. Police band, get ready for anthems in reverse. And because of time, I think I'll request that it will be East African anthem and national anthem, because it is getting late and the weather is also changing. And let it be one stanza each, like we have always done. East African anthem and the national anthem. Your Excellency, I also want to inform you and all of us, when I say that this is a historic moment which is going to change the life of northern Uganda, I think it is true, because recently there was a team which came all the way from Somalia to study how peace and development can happen in northern Uganda, and specifically in Nwaya district. We hope and pray that with all the people here, stakeholders, that this is going to be an example to transform northern Uganda. One group has already got their dummy check, and the next one is getting the dummy check, and soon it will be done, and that will be the launch of the compensation of payments to claimants and beneficiaries. The second group has got, and that will be the third group. More wisdom is coming from experience that the people in charge of the roadblocks, please don't stand and just see the lorry empty, because we have been told that they are tied down under the lorry. So please climb up and check under the lorries so that you can discover the animals. We should be vigilant about this. All the three sub-regions have now got their dummy checks, the Lango, the Teso, and now the Acholi sub-region. We want to thank you so much, Your Excellency, for giving hope to the people and opening a new chapter of life to our people. May we now stand for the anthems in reverse order. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Right Honorable Speaker, religious leaders, members of Parliament, ministers, all of us. We thank you. May we now start work which will help our communities transform, and may we use the payment to transform our economy, and not just to marry more wives or do more drinking, but to modify our agricultural economy and even transform our animal husbandry. Thank you so much. Thank you. Your Excellency, thank you. And safe journey as you go back home. May God bless all of you, all of us as we go home. And may we take this opportunity to transform our society. Thank you. And please, we shall wait until the Excellency, our President, leaves. Leaving is in reverse order, as it were. Please do not leave before His Excellency has left.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this great day, for this wonderful day. Ikatunga Omiegu, let us wait until His Excellency leaves, then we will depart in reverse order, beginning with the Vice President, the Right Honorable Speaker, in that order. Thank you all very much for coming. Thank you all very much for this great day. We will always remember this day. Eyalamanoi, Apoyo Matek.
I want to thank you so much for being part of what has been happening here today. As you can see from Soroti University, and of course, here is our camera, and I just want you to look at that now. Here is one of the beneficiaries of the launch that has just happened today, as you can see. Now, this is Mr. Ejang. Is this you? No. Okay.
I'm Angelo Kello. I'm representing her.
Okay.
Angelo Kello from Livestock district.
Angel from Livestock, and Livestock is in Lango sub-region. And we can see that a young Mary here is one of the beneficiaries. It has just been a launch, and here is why it is. How do you feel representing a young, and how do you feel seeing this day happening, and of course having a dummy check like you have it now?
I feel really very grateful to government for having considered giving us, although it is still a token, what we claimed was much more than this, but still it is good enough because this is a beginning. I tell our people, I encourage our people, please, with the money you are going to receive, practice modern farming. When you buy a cow which will give you a lot of milk.
Okay.
Buy either a Frisian cow or a Boran bull, which will give you 700 kilos of meat.
Okay.
That is the only way you can become better off.
Okay.
Don't go back to the traditional way of farming.
Okay.
It will not help you.
Let me talk to the lawyer here, Mahmoud, one of the lawyers, of course, who has made this a reality today. How do you feel? I find out that you're standing with a dummy check for one of the claimants on this day.
It feels great because after 11 years of hard work, I can start seeing the fruits coming. We are saying that this is not enough, but it's a beginning point, and we're happy for that.
And how would you, the elder here is telling people how to utilize the money. You know, when somebody gets the money, it becomes their money, and they'll choose what to do with their money. But how would you advise them, especially one who has been there to fight for their cause and to ensure that they actually get to this day here today?
Fine. The elders have created an association whereby they're being supported in various ways on project management and things like that, and income generating activities. We hope that the training that they got will be useful for them to be able to use the money they've got.
Now, this is 6,300,000. We've seen two dummy checks over 11 million shillings, and we just want to know why the figures are not the same. We had the figure of 11 million, this is a figure of 3 million. How did they get to this? And won't people feel cheated? Won't people feel others are more entitled than them?
I don't know why they chose to give this figure. First of all, the figures are peculiar to each and every claimant, given the fact that they gave various figures when they are going to court and later when they are being verified. I know that amongst my claimants, those who got as low as 6 million, I think that those who got as much as 200 million. I don't know why they chose this particular dummy check, but it's up to them. I think it's maybe a strategy that they want to achieve.
Okay. Yes. Well, thank you so much, Ndugu Mahmoud. Thank you so much, the elders. Just a word before I let you go.
Yeah, this is a great day. At least it has opened a chapter for us to begin seeing money. As His Excellency says, he will be paying in a bit, knowing the problems of Uganda. But it is good. I think hope of the people will now stand firm.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Now, the most important question that has been answered here today, or that needs more answers, is the issue of security. Just as you heard the different members of parliament representing the areas here talk about the issue of security, that has consistently been a problem, especially from the raids coming in from Karamoja. His Excellency the President has promised that yes, they will do anything possible to answer the security question. Now, officially, the launch has been done, and we have seen claimants get money, and they will continue getting the money as the launch here has been. We want to thank you so much, wishing you all the best and wishing all the blessings of God. My name is Jagenda Semakola Ziksoka, for and on behalf of everybody, back to our broadcast house in Kampala. Shalom.
Need to send money to a loved one but you don't have enough on your phone? Have you